Go ahead.
Oh, jeez. Okay, we're going back. Are we going, hello? We're going on here? No? Okay. I'd like to call this workshop to order. We have our first presentation, Chief Moen and Deputy Chief Kugel, talking about the Auburn Police Department.
All right. Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having us. Today we're going to talk about our police department and kind of give you an overview and orientation of what we do. And we're going to take a brief walking tour of the agency, show you the highlights of the agency, then we'll come back here and wrap up the presentation with a few more slides. First off, we talk about the four cornerstones of our agency, and that's our mission, vision, core values, and our motto. Our mission and vision are how we direct the agency in day-to-day operations and as how to where we want to take the agency as we move forward in the future. And we want to make sure that our objectives are circled around our mission and our vision. And then our core values and motto, that's what our staff uses in their day-to-day operations and their decision-making processes, because they have some high expectations set upon them by our citizens as well as our supervisory staff as well. So honor, excellence, loyalty, and professionalism, those are our core values. Everything that we do is wrapped around those four core values, and we've built the agency around those. And our motto, expect excellence. That's the bar that we've set for our staff. That's what the expectation is every time they answer a call for service, is they're to give the best possible service they can get. And we put that right on the back of each of our marked cruisers, and we want the citizens to understand that this is the bar that we've set, and this is what you can expect when we arrive at your call to render whatever assistance we can to you. The agency is split up, divided into four divisions. We have the administration division made up of myself, the deputy chief, our executive assistant, who is also our grants manager, supervises and writes all of our grants that we currently have, and our professional standards sergeant, who serves as the training coordinator for the agency, as well as supervising our selection and recruitment process, and manages our internal affairs operations as well. The backbone of the agency is our patrol division. These are the uniformed officers that provide services 24/7, 365 days a year to our residents. When we are at full staff, that consists of 2 lieutenants who oversee the day and night crews, and we also have 8 sergeants assigned to 2 per patrol team to supervise the day-to-day operations. And we have 24 officers and 1 K-9 Rocky assigned to the division, as well as our 2 information assistants. Our criminal investigations division, they are responsible for all the major crime investigations that happen within the city. They also oversee our youth services, managing our 3 school resource officers that service all 13 of our schools within the city. And we also, that division acts as a liaison with the city clerk's office, planning and permitting for any business licensing coordination that has to come up through the business license process. In our final division is support services division. They are the nuts and bolts people of the agency. They oversee our fleet maintenance, our volunteers and police services. They coordinate all of our special events. Any special events that happen throughout the city, whether it be the Triple Crown Road Races, 4th of July celebration, Balloon Festival, New Year's Eve, that division coordinates the resources that are used for each of those events and makes sure that they're maintaining contact with those vendors requiring those services to make sure that we're covering all the bases that we need to. And they also oversee our 3 drug enforcement agents. Currently, we have 2 agents assigned to the state drug enforcement agency, and we have 1 assigned to the federal drug enforcement agency down in Portland to oversee the larger expansive investigations throughout this region. We also have a selective enforcement officer that oversees animal control, and we also have a parking enforcement officer that manages the parking enforcement for the city as well. And also, we have a crime analyst, Steve Harmon. We are a very data-driven agency, and Steve is responsible for gathering all of that data and crunching it and molding it into something that we can present and interpret on a day-to-day basis. And then our property and evidence coordinator, Becky Lacasse, she oversees our property and evidence. That's a full-time job, maintaining the property. You'll see that here shortly in our tour, and she does a spectacular job with that. So this is our organizational chart, And you can see how we're broken down throughout the divisions. With the patrol division, the span of control for the sergeants is 6 officers, and the lieutenants have a span of control of 4 sergeants per their shift. So it's a very manageable operation for us, allows some close supervision to our officers to maintain our, minimize our liability exposure as much as possible. We currently have 6 neighborhood watch groups throughout the city. And if you recall in the strategic plan for the city, those neighborhood watch groups, they tie into a couple of the goals that were created throughout that plan. Goal 5 under growth, when it came to creating neighborhood identities and neighborhood branding. Our hope is that these 6 neighborhood watch that we have can serve as that foundation for that identity for each of those neighborhoods. And as we move forward with that, hopefully we can make those groups more active and kind of take those neighborhoods from that foundation and build the house for those neighborhoods to maintain that identity. It also,
May I
yes.
just mention to the new counselors that there are funds available to sort of grow these neighborhood watch programs and to enforce what they're doing and to provide some resources to them, which really makes it work well.
Thank you, Counselor. It also ties into the quality goal number 3 under quality for community connections, where in that strategy, it specifically identified those neighborhood watch groups and expanding those as much as possible to help increase our presence in those neighborhoods and really begin to mold neighborhood identity for those areas. This is a snapshot of our 2019 funding. We have several grant funding sources that we utilize. Excuse me. Our Burn JAG funding is, we use that for some community events and community projects that we have going on. Department of Justice provides us grant funding that offset the 50% cost of our new bulletproof vests that we issue to officers. Those bulletproof vests are on have a 5-year service life, so every 5 years we are rotating vests out for our officers. So we have that built out, so it's an annual process for us, and we don't wait for the 5 years to replace all of them. We have that built out over 5 years, so we're replacing a certain set every year. Our Homeland Security funding, that's funding that we utilize for the city for public safety projects. We've utilized that for a good chunk of it for the new radio system for the last 2 years, setting money aside for those systems, as well as some equipment issues for police and fire. And also, it funded the 4 community cameras that we have up and running throughout the city as well. The BHS is the Bureau of Highway Safety. Those are the state agency that gives us some grant funding for specific traffic enforcement projects. This year, we've applied for all 4 again. We had to back off in 2019. We didn't do distracted driving and seatbelt because of the restrictions that they placed on those grants. They were too tight for the milestones that they had within a 2-week period, and we simply didn't have the staffing to be able to accomplish those milestones. This year in 2020, we'll be applying for all 4 as we are now at full staff within the agency. And then the CBDG Work With Me program, that is our Work With Me coordinator. She works with our at-risk youth and transitioning them from poverty into the working force, and works with them to create and give them opportunities for full-time employment as they leave high school. And it's been very successful so far in getting some of those at-risk kids into the workforce and being very productive members of society. And the Healthy Androscoggin grant, that's an alcohol enforcement grant where we target the underage drinking and underage purchase of alcohol. We do several surveillance details throughout the year with various stores and also some party patrols around certain times of the school year, with prom, graduation, and whatnot. This is our statistical snapshot for the last 3 years. As you can see, our calls of service have pretty much stayed the same throughout, but we're trending in a drop in crime over the last year. Our felony offenses are down slightly. Our criminal summonses are down quite a bit, as well as our traffic citations as well. And part of that is our traffic enforcement has been off because we haven't been at full staff with vacancies. The less officers we have on the road, they're busy handling calls, and in their downtime, they haven't had enough time to do that traffic enforcement. But we're already seeing changes in that modeling as we come up to full staff. We have staff available for that. Right now, for 2019, we are estimating a 48% reduction in our shoplifting for 2019. As you recall, earlier we had a shoplifting campaign that we utilized where we were working with retailers on reducing opportunities for shoplifting. We had a mandatory arrest policy in place. We did the Shoplifter Hall of Fame on Facebook. That had a positive impact because shoplifting really drives our crime rate. Because at the end of the day, with the UCR reporting, shoplifting has the same weight as a homicide when it comes to measuring Part 1 crimes. So that's why our crime rate's been somewhat high over the last few years, but we're hoping to see a positive effect on that rate for 2019.
Chief, I'm sorry. On shoplifting, under what category does this fall under? Is it physical arrest or is criminal summons?
So in the Part 1 crimes, it
What's
falls.
going on? Hold on.
Oh,
Fancy.
so glad you asked.
So glad you
Special
asked.
class on PowerPoint.
That's a great segue, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you paid attention to our early
We're
meeting.
working,
our
Chief.
early
We're
meeting.
working.
So if you look under theft larceny, that's our shoplifting. And you can see where it was high in 2014, had a drop, and then it had a steady increase. Part of that increase in the last 2 years, especially 2018, we saw a significant increase in our what they call skip scanning, where people use the self-service checkouts. They scan one item, bag 3, scan one item, bag 4. The retailers identified that as an issue. Walmart has made some significant changes to those areas, adding more staff to try to curtail that a little bit, and Hannaford as well. They've been very responsive in our needs, trying to mitigate that as much as possible. So with working with retailers plus our campaign, like I said, we're estimating about a 48% reduction for 2019.
Chief, I'm sorry, on the previous slide, you mentioned that the motor vehicle stops were reduced because you weren't fully staffed. Were any other statistics affected by that?
No, not really, because our physical arrests are physical arrests. Those are crimes in progress that are happening that we're intervening with. But like I said, we're seeing an overall reduction in our crime. Right now, we're also estimating about a 25% decrease in crimes against persons and about a 28% overall decrease in property crimes. So I think that's going to have a positive effect on our crime rate for 2019. Those numbers won't come out from the state until October of 2020 is when they calculate all that information. And also the state is changing the way the reporting process, where they're going to an incident-based system where there'll be a much more accurate depiction for each city. The one statistic that I want to point out in that graph is at the very bottom is the clearance rate. So in 2019, we had a 61% clearance rate. So what that says is all of these Part 1 crimes that you see above, 61% of those were solved, either through arrest, identification of a suspect, or charges being filed. That is the highest clearance rate in the top 15 agencies of size in the state of Maine. That's a reflection on our staff. Our staff is doing a tremendous job when it comes to investigating these crimes and making these arrests. So that's the one statistic that I'm the most proud of. Our staff is doing an amazing job with the resources that they have. So now it comes to the department tour. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk outside of the parking garage to where our evidence area is. We'll give you a brief tour of that. Then we're going to come back into the building, into the ground floor, take you down through the patrol area, and then upstairs to the third floor for admin and support services and CID, and then we'll come back to council chambers to wrap it up. All right?
Very good. Thank you.
we're at today is, in 2011, our old police station, 1 Minot Avenue, we had to close that due to a lack of CIP funding for mandated repairs that had to happen. We moved to Auburn Hall. We are currently in year 9 of a 5-year temporary move. We've made as good as we can with the space that we've had offered to us. In 2018, we identified air quality issues in the locker rooms downstairs. You saw those tight quarters for the officers, plus the one bathroom for everybody to share was somewhat problematic. In 2018, we launched a locker room redesign where we were combining the locker room with a gymnasium, adding some lockers and ventilation into that area as well, along with bathrooms on the secure side of the lobby. That project is currently paused as the bids are coming in much higher than what the funding that was allocated. In 2017, a space needs assessment was done for a public safety building. And if you recall in the strategic plan, under one of the goals was identifying the public infrastructure needed to support public safety. New public safety building is in that strategic plan, combining both a replacement for Central Fire Station and the police department into one building. So in 2017, that space needs assessment was completed with a 2-story design option. It's calculated about 41,000 square feet of the space needs. That includes space for the 911 center as well. The overall site footprint with parking, fire training facility, total square footage is about 146,000 square feet, total footprint with building, parking, training facility, and whatnot. And during that space needs assessment, there was a site selection process that was completed as well. Some potential sites were identified. However, we're not going to talk about those right now as that identifies some commercial properties that the city may have to look at some point. So that'll be something we can address in executive session to start that process. Any questions for us as we wrap this
Chief,
up?
absolutely. I think just for the council, I think we need to leave the future space needs to something where we have more time to have a better dialogue, because there's a lot, okay? And it'll probably involve some executive session too if we're talking about real estate. But, so if there's any questions to Chief and Deputy Chief outside of future space needs?
I hope that we can address the future space needs sooner rather than later, is what I will say. Because over the last 2 years.
That has to be part of our overall strategic plan conversation.
Yeah,
That's an
I agree.
evolution now.
I agree.
Is there any other questions? No? Folks, thank you. Honestly, your number's looking great. I'm
you.
very, very curious, and hopefully you can come back once the state reevaluates our definitions and the crime report. I can't remember the acronym you used. That's happening this year, correct?
Yes, that's happening this year, and those numbers will come out in October.
Oh, October?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, we look forward to seeing how they look revised. At this time, I'd like to call a 5-minute break. Then we're going to come back and continue our workshop. I'd like to call the council back from recess. We're still in our workshop for January 27th. Next on the agenda, we have a strategic plan discussion with City Manager Crate and Assistant City Manager Kroll presenting.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. This is a continuation of the discussion that we had at our last meeting workshop where we talked about the strategic plan. If you recall, there was agreement that it would make sense to talk about what are the things that we're doing right now that are underway having to do with the strategic plan, give you more information, more background before you give direction to city staff on what you think should be the top priorities in the strategic plan. There are 11 recommendations that came out of the strategic plan. There were over 100 people involved in that process, as you know. Last time we had this discussion, we talked about establishing a citywide communications plan. We also talked about arts, culture, recreation, and entertainment. Tonight, we're going to address two other recommendations that are in the strategic plan. One is identifying public service and infrastructure needs, and the other is defining neighborhoods, supporting rehabilitation, beautification. I'll speak about the first item, that Phil is going to talk about the second recommendation. So just to give you an update, and some of these things you're already well aware of, Public Works Engineering has been working on North River Road, Chestnut Street, Fifth Street with reconstruction projects. Those were completed last year. Penley Corner Road and Poland Road projects will be constructed this year. The city purchased more than 1,250 streetlights from CMP. That has been quite a lengthy process, as you know. Derek Belanger, our facilities manager, has done a really good job in terms of helping to oversee that, and our electricians have done a great job with Charlie DeAngelis and Dan, converting them to energy-efficient LED technology. That's nearly complete. In addition, it's creating substantial cost savings, which we've already been able to benefit to some extent. This investment in conversion will also significantly reduce Auburn's carbon footprint. A space needs assessment and site selection survey for a new public safety building were conducted in 2017. Next steps include update of that assessment and funding for conceptual drawings. We just did a tour of the police department here at City Hall. There are some issues that we have as a result of the police department being here. There will be more discussion in the future, as you know. In 2018, the Auburn Fire Department implemented improved data collection software to provide response data to better inform decisions on future deployment strategies of facility locations. LA 911, or Lewiston Auburn 911, is the lead agency for the public safety radio project, which is underway, as you know. We're going to a system called 800 megahertz. The city has funded radio system capital projects in each of the previous 3 fiscal years. Full radio system implementation is expected in the latter part of this year. The Economic Community Development Team has numerous projects underway. The update that I'm giving you now is not all-inclusive, but it does include the North River Road sidewalk connection, Grace Lawn and Turner sidewalks, Stetson Road reconstruction, potential Merrill Road improvements, and more. Staff remain committed to seizing opportunities for funding utility infrastructure extensions through project-driven funding streams. As you know, when we can, we've utilized TIF funding to help us do that. This work that we're doing allows the city to stay prepared and responsive when potential projects present themselves. Similarly, the Economic Community Development staff continue to work closely with the ATRC. That's the Androscoggin Transportation Resource Center. Dan Goyette is the vice chair of that group. I also sit on the policy board, and we have a technical committee as well for ATRC. Eric Cousins and Tony participate on that and work with other community partners. The recreation team and partners are providing programming from the pond building in Pettingill Park, For example, the Healing Waters Fly Fishing Program for veterans is showing great success. And finally, on this report, staff are preparing to move forward with the review of Auburn's comprehensive plan. In 2018, city staff created a comprehensive plan progress report story map with updates on goals and objectives with links to corresponding summaries and reports. The update of the comprehensive plan is a very big deal, and you'll see that discussed when we present the budget for 2021. Phil?
One of the other priorities was regarding defining neighborhoods, support rehabilitation, and beautification within the city of Auburn. One thing that we really focused this year was regarding neighborhood gateway signs. If you go back over the last few years, one thing that we struggle with is even being able to identify neighborhoods, or even those who live in those neighborhoods to be able to identify them. We've done a lot of conversations through neighborhood watch groups and other groups. A lot of times you'll ask, what neighborhood do you live in? And they could be across the street from each other, and they probably will have a different definition of what neighborhood they're in. So creating those gateway signs are important. We've set them up at, so far, Lake Auburn neighborhood. That was a neighborhood watch group initiative. They raised their funds mostly for that. I think there was a little contribution from the city, but mostly that was all neighborhood driven. And then we've also had Hampshire Street. We tied that into the Hampshire Street project, so that the funds that came from that street project were able to go towards that sign, as well as the Chestnut Street Park sign to identify that park as people are going into it. And then the new Auburn signs are probably the most recent that have gone up within the community. Neighborhood challenge grants. These are grant opportunities within neighborhood groups and organizations. They look to make improvements within their properties. CDBG program continues to have that positive impact within our neighborhoods, supporting those efforts. The Opportunity Zone Forum is an initiative that was held last year that was a great turnout. We had many federal partners, developers, and community partners that came together. We hosted that at Citrus Maine Community College. The mayor helped coordinate reaching out to many within the developers in that process, as well as our economic and community development team. We had special visits as a result of that from the HUD Secretary Carson, and then also Senator Collins, as we were continue to work through that initiative. More to come on the Opportunity Zone. The mayor was able to really participate in a session in DC in his visit that focused on that, and we'll continue working through that. Neighborhood watch groups, Chief already talked about the neighborhood watch groups that we have. Those do assist in identifying those neighborhoods. I think as we move forward, more initiatives on being able to get smaller neighborhood groups together to talk about their neighborhoods, what are they looking for in their neighborhoods. One thing that I really like regarding CDBG is a lot of times when projects go into neighborhoods, there's a required neighborhood meeting that takes place. As a result of those required neighborhood meetings, you get to hear a lot more about challenges, concerns, adding street lighting, access to parks. Those are where you really hear from the citizens. Most of those citizens are not going to come to a council meeting. They may not even pick up the phone and call you. But when CDBG does those initiatives, a lot of times they will come to that meeting because it directly is in their backyard, and we try to find locations that are in their neighborhood.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, are there some neighborhoods that aren't, sort of neighborhoods? Are there some that still need to be defined, that still could use a sign, that still could use a
Oh,
neighborhood watch
absolutely.
group?
Yeah, I think we said this at the retreat, but we really are a city of neighborhoods. We have a lot of neighborhoods. Helping to define those and create a nice map regarding those, and then helping to educate those that are in that neighborhood so they can identify with what is their neighborhood. Especially when you look at, we have a lot of neighborhoods that you go from maybe some corridors where there's higher speeds into a neighborhood. Being able to identify that neighborhood, these signs, that helps those motorists to know, I'm
Yeah.
coming into a neighborhood, I need to slow down, be more mindful of kids that are playing, crosswalks, those things. So, yeah. So a lot more to go on those. The Auburn Public Library is planning an open house for residents of their new apartment complex that's on Troy Street. So that's another initiative of defining that neighborhood, bringing them together, and having a great resource, obviously, right there next to that project is critical. Auburn Rec continues to provide free citywide events, New Year's Auburn, Winterfest, some of these that we're hosting or collaborating with. That's one thing that, we had a very successful Winterfest, and I know Sabrina will probably give a report at some point on that, but that initiative this year to really utilize our collaborations was critical. That wasn't a city-run event. That was getting collaboration with groups and organizations to then host that, and what we did was facilitate pushing the information out so that as a city, everyone knew where there were opportunities and events taking place. And then our strong partnerships with local groups. United New Auburn, majority of what United New Auburn does out in the community are really focused on supporting youth in our neighborhoods. The Walton and Sherwood Heights School are their focus area, and then we have, along with the Boys and Girls Club, and then also the Pal Center neighborhood. Those partnerships are really assisting some of those neighborhoods that we really need to be providing opportunities for our young people to be able to have access to either food access, activities. We have, at the Pal Center, we have a lot of Bates College students that come and help assist with after-school homework help. So there's a lot of those types of activities that are happening in our neighborhoods, and Boys and Girls Club does the same thing. Each of them serving over 100 youth a day in those centers. Councilor Walker?
Yes, in New Auburn, we also have the Sixth Street Congregational Church that is come on board with us to help do most anything we need.
Yep. So good partnerships. So that's the update on just that kind of a snapshot of what progress is underway or happening or that's currently existing, which I think is important as well.
That's it, unless you have any questions.
Got 5 more minutes, keep going. Anything else?
We're being efficient.
You are, I love it. Is there any questions you have post follow-up on this? I think a big takeaway, obviously, if I could, is some of the things that are in the strategic plan, they're just never ending. And so it's going to be hard for us to define an end or success or quantify it in any way. I will say that, it's our job up here to make sure that, we're feeding back to you the positives and negatives and what the people are thinking. So far, I've heard nothing but positives over the last year or so. So I think congratulations to staff, and very, very excited to see that community building happening in Auburn. And I know people outside of Auburn are paying attention. I did a TV interview today, and they were talking about it. Someone was a little jealous, actually, and it made it shown, so I won't say names. But yes, thank you very much. Anything else?
Thank you.
No? You're all set? Okay, next on the agenda, we have Ms. Jill Eastman. She's going to provide us an overview on budget format. This is a request that we had last meeting or the meeting before, just about a little tutorial on how the budget's laid out, look and feel. And thank you very much for putting this together, Ms. Eastman.
I'd like to just take you through, you're going to be getting a lot of documentation from us with the budget process, and I want to just walk you through some of those things, those papers that you're going to get. My buddy. Yeah. Well, thanks. Okay. A few of the terms through this will be the budget itself, department detail, department summary, the master list, and the detail sheets. So we're using this current year's budget as, for you to look at. And this is a 30,000-foot view. This is the first document in the book that you'll receive. And basically, it shows the city expenditures, in total, the school department expenditures in total, and the total amount of the proposed budget. The first one you'll see is going to show the department proposed and then the manager's proposed budget. And then it breaks it down as to the revenues the total revenues that we collect, non-property tax, and then what we'll need for property taxes and the property tax rate. The next one is going to be the revenue summary sheet, and it lists each individual line of non-property tax revenues that we collect in the city. You have the current years that we're in now. You'll get what that budget was adopted, what the department has proposed, and what the manager is proposing to start with. And then the expenditure is similar to that. It's each department in summary, and it lists the current year, their proposed, and the manager's proposed through the whole city. And then the school department, you'll get you'll get their budget from them. We just put one line in our budget with their total number. And then this is, each department has a master list page. So it lists like the city manager's department, and it lists each line item within that department. And then the next line down, the next pages behind that are the detail behind those individual lines. So this is the most detail that you will get on these pages. The budget is also posted online under government, and then there's a line, the drop-down menu has budget listed. If you click on that budget, then it brings you to this page, and it will say the city manager's proposed budget. That's the one you'll see first, and that's the one that you're going to get. But you'll also get a hard copy for you to have as well, because it's a big document, and most counselors prefer to have the budget book, just to keep notes and that type of thing in.
If I could on that, and Councilor Walker, and I remember this from last year, so interrupt me if I get this wrong. But the paper version of the budget, I have two questions actually. The paper version of the budget, yes, it's great. I know we had a little bit of an issue with updates, version numbers towards the middle of the end of the budget cycle, as things were starting to get changed. So I know I think it was at one point during the budget, if the legacy councilors probably remember this, we were looking at data that was old and outdated. We're wondering if there's any thought on how we can minimize that from happening again this year.
The only thing I can think of is something we used to do a long time ago. It was, as we did updates, we used colored paper. And so the colored sheets, we mostly just did the summary pages when we updated those, and they were different colored paper as we went along, so that you would know which one was the most current.
Version 1, version 2, green,
Yeah.
yellow, et cetera.
Yeah.
Councilors, how does that sound? Especially the councilors that were doing this last year too. Do you think that would have solved those problems?
That would be helpful, and you mentioned a version, and I don't know whether a date on it, because
Date stamp version number?
we thought we had the right version, but somehow it got confused, and I couldn't tell that it was older than what I should be looking at.
Yeah, I'll
But no
come
date.
up with something, maybe to have you take a look at and see what you like best.
I think the color coding definitely on this, at least for the summary sheets, which will point to and help guide in the detail some changes that are happening. I think that would be beneficial. We'll try that. I think Councilor Walker, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll work.
You've been, okay.
And
very
I could also, if
With the
it
dates.
will be helpful, is to keep a running tally of the changes that are made, and provide those to you each time we meet, if that would be helpful.
No, that'd be great. I use basically a change doc outlining and, tracking. I think that'd be great. I think that'd be helpful.
By
Second question.
department.
Second question, this might be directed more towards the city manager. I've always looked at, and I'd like to know what the rationale is by publishing the department requests for both revenue and primarily expenditures, and then the manager's requests. I think 99% of the time, it's either the same or lower. And I was just wondering what the rationale was there, or do we even need to see in that column, frankly?
Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about, let's just talk about expenditures, and we have the department head requested line item,
Right?
and then next to that, we have the manager's proposed. So we have, director proposed and the manager proposed. We also have the approved and actuals, and we got a lot of columns. What weight, or what is the rationale for having department proposed columns for expenditures? Why can't we just go off the end of the day, city manager proposed?
That's interesting. I've been doing this work for over 30 years. I think that's the first time I've had that question. I think it's important for the counselors, for yourself, for the community to see what the request was from the department heads and what my recommendation is. And you're right, most of the time there will be agreement, but not always. The department directors have been asked to submit what they consider to be their needs, right? And we have fiscal limitations in terms of what we can do. And my job, Phil's job, Jill's job is to review those requests and then make a recommendation to the council for what we think is a reasonable budget. So I would say that I think it's important for you to see what the request is from the department directors and my recommendation.
I agree. I find it helpful for me, and in one way, it shows that we're doing due diligence. So if they come in with a number that's higher and we lower it, or the inverse, it shows that we've actually looked through and gone through this, and people can ask questions. They request, here's what they requested, and you change this. I think it's like a quick thumbnail sketch of what's going on. I know it's helpful for me.
And the reason I ask is I learned a long time ago in budgeting that if the assumption is over a period of time that you're always going to get, or chances are, get less than what you ask for, you ask for more. It's kind of a negotiation. If I really want 450, but I know it's going to get cut, I'm going to pad it out to 550, so I get a cut to 450, maybe 475 if you're in a great mood. But that is usually the kind of the psychology around crafting budgets. And I'm wondering if by eliminating that column that the department requested, so it's not public, if that takes some of that kind of natural human nature impulse into crafting their proposed. Does that make sense? You're taking that, because we're not looking at them and looking in the audience of the department head going, wow, you asked for that much money, but wow. I throw that out. Anybody with experience in budgeting, I firsthand saw that. So not here, but in other places. It's about being public. It's going to happen,
Right,
but do
right.
we need to publicize it
Right.
to us when at the end of the day, you're the only employee we have?
I think it's important to include the recommendation from the department directors for what I've already stated, but I would just say that I think the department directors do a good job in putting their budgets together, and the needs of the departments vary depending on the department and what's going on. You're going to find with some departments that actually the budget's gone down, whereas in other departments the budget's gone up, and I think generally speaking there's good logical reasons why it's gone up. So I think it's important for you to see the recommendation, or the requests, I should say, from the department directors and what I'm recommending.
Well, this is a question. I think we can keep it in the back of our heads and see how it. I'm sorry. Excuse me. No, I'm sorry. We'll have public comment in just a few short minutes, sir.
You do business for a city, you work for the people of the city, and every
Sir,
time you make
Mr.
a decision, you need to ask if the people who have anything to do.
Mr. Morissette?
Kind of like a marriage.
Mr. Morissette, please. Thank you very much. We will have
Okay,
open.
I'll save it for open session.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, very good. Is there any other questions from the council? No? Okay. Thank you very. That was a really good. We need a primer every once in a while on this one, so I appreciate it, Ms. Eastman.
Good start.
Yes, help us understand it. Next, we have Mr. Eric Cousins from the Department of Economic Development and Community Development. We're going to be talking about agricultural permit fees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. We talked briefly about this a couple of weeks ago and wanted to follow up on a few pieces of it, inspection differences, compare our fees to a couple of other communities, and to look at the overall impact that a fee change, a fee reduction for ag buildings would have on the city's revenues. As far as inspections go, it's not unusual for a farm building or a barn that's not finished on the interior like you would expect a hotel or industrial building or a retail store to be finished, to just have a few inspections, an initial foundation inspection, a framing inspection, and then a final inspection as part of the building permitting. Whereas a hotel or a more complex commercial structure could have all of those inspections plus multiple framing inspections for different sections of the building, different rooms, multiple electrical inspections and multiple plumbing inspections, especially in something like a hotel or a large medical office building. Could be dozens of inspections compared to just a few. So I think there is some justification in having a lower permit fee for ag buildings just purely because there's less city work that has to go into those inspections. Looked at a couple of other communities. It seems that there are not a lot of communities that have gone ahead to differentiate their commercial building for fees from their ag building permit fees. The ones that have tend to have other policies that are ag friendly or an elected body that focuses on agricultural issues. So I think there is an opportunity to make a statement about supporting agriculture by having smaller ag building fees. Winslow and Minot are two that have made adjustments. Minot has a very low permit fee, a base fee of $30 and only 5 cents per square foot of building area for a fee for agricultural buildings. Winslow took a little bit different approach that wasn't specific to agriculture, but it was partly motivated by that. Ag buildings are quite often less finished inside, and they created a permit fee for buildings that are not finished on the interior, commercial buildings or ag buildings that are not finished on the interior, to recognize the slightly smaller inspection costs, but also to provide a lower permit fee for ag buildings and other simpler structures that are unfinished. The Minot was also working on a farm tax incentive, and that's just an example of, they have a low permit fee for ag buildings, but they also focus on agriculture and other policy ways. The overall impact in Auburn, you can see on the spreadsheet that I provided that there are not a lot of substantial farm buildings that have been built over the last 12 years. What I did find going through, and if you took a close look at some of the permit fees, was that some buildings that were permitted as accessory residential structures, barns or garages, where the farmer lives on the property, they put the permit application in as an accessory residential structure. We processed it that way, so they achieved that lower fee, and then at some point started using it for agriculture afterwards, so it hasn't been administered exactly across the board in every case, because people change the use of their structures over time. So that, I think, goes towards minimizing, if the council was to change the fee to match the accessory buildings for residences. There are some that have been charged that way because that's the information we were given in the beginning, and that sort of minimizes the difference in city revenues. But even in the case of the truly commercial farm buildings that were permitted that way, continue to be used that way, you can see that the top one listed on line 2, building addition for storage, the fee for a $175,000 building was $1,246. If we were to change it to the ag accessory building option, it would have been $529, so roughly a third of the fee. But with the limited number of ag buildings, as you start to average that out over time, the options that I had given you as examples would range in the city losing anywhere from $200 a year to $400 a year approximately, and aren't significant when we're talking a couple $100,000 a year in building permit fees. I think as a simple way to move forward, if the council wants to make that statement using the accessory building fee of 7 cents per square foot, an easy way to fit it into our fee structure and would make a statement about having ag-friendly building permit fees. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. You complete?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is great information. And Eric, thank you in a short time frame. Councilor Zania bringing this up and you all working and presenting this to the council. Very much appreciated. Is there any questions from the council to Mr. Cousins?
I just want to reiterate that I think moving forward with this is really important. And as the mayor says, to demonstrate our support for agriculture, this would be a great way to do that.
So if I could, with that note, I'll open up to some more questions too, of course. Just could you give us a run-through of procedure and protocol on this one? Let's say, obviously, it has to come to a vote and so forth, but what is this process and how is it going to flow through?
So if the council's interested in moving forward with that, the fees are adopted as part of the ordinance. So we would take out the pages that list those particular fees. We would show you an underline and overstrike version that changes the fees for agricultural buildings. We'd schedule that for a public hearing. I think it would need 2 readings, but I could confirm that with Sue.
Fees, 2?
Readings.
Okay.
So 2 readings, and one of them would also be a public hearing with public notice.
Very good, thank you. Is there any other questions? None? I'm going to ask just the council, is there anybody in the council that at this point strongly objects to moving forward to bring this to the body for deliberation? No? Okay, I think that's your answer.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you, Mr. Cousins, appreciate it. I think we're going to take a 30-minute break. Come on up, Kelsey. Last is our tax acquired properties with Kelsey Earl presenting.
Hello again. Okay, so last meeting I had said that I would come back with a quick update on where the tax acquired committee started and where we are now. So you'll see in the little packet of information here, just a quick blurb about that information on the memorandum. The list of properties that the city automatically acquires from unpaid taxes was largely unreviewed until this committee began meeting on a monthly regular basis, leaving several of them to simply sit in our possession. So nothing on the tax roll, we were taking care of the properties, so it was more of an expenditure. Over the last 2 years, the tax acquired committee has addressed 52 properties, 37 of which have been returned to the tax roll as of today's date. So it's really good progress, especially when they were all just sitting there and actually costing us money. A monthly meeting of that committee continues to make progress on existing parcels and addresses any newly acquired properties. Any questions on where we started and where we were today? It's a really quick overview, but it's quick by the numbers. So last meeting, we had presented 3 properties, 97 Riverside Drive, a property on Gammon Avenue, and a piece of 16 Newbury. The only questions that I came away from that with were about 16 Newbury, which is the piece of that parcel that a resident is requesting to purchase in order to make their lot bigger to build out. The question was what the assessed value of that piece was. After speaking with Karen Scammon, our assessor, she had explained that adding or removing that 609 square feet from either of the parcels does not change their valuation. And from a valuation standpoint, if she were to put a value on a piece of land of that size, it would be very minimal and be valued as miscellaneous unbuildable land and be assessed at $100. So again, the requester is requesting it as $1,000. The other question was whether or not the requester would be covering any legal fees, and they will be in addition to their purchase price.
On that note, council, any further questions on Mrs. Earl on this one? Thank you for the follow-up. You did answer all of her questions. Good to go?
So
Very
I
good.
have 2 properties to newly present to you this evening. Hopefully that's it for a little while until any newly tax-acquired properties come out. The 2 are 53 Stevens Mill Road and 301 Stevens Mill Road. 53 Stevens Mill is a .4 acre parcel. It does have a small building on the lot. It's considered single-family, and it's in the suburban residential zone. It does have a balance of $8,403. So we are requesting a minimum bid to cover both that and any of the fees that have taken for us to carry over that property. And the tax acquired committee suggested it be sold by sealed bid. The other property was 301 Stevens Mill. That one is a 3.71 acre parcel. That one also has a building on the property. It's a single-family cape, and it has a balance of $9,226 with the city. It is also single-family and in the suburban residential zone, and the minimum bid is put on the staff review form, again, to cover any overdue taxes or fees or anything that we're carrying over. Very quick.
Very good. Are there any questions on these two properties? One thing that might just be helpful, I'm having a sidebar conversation with Councilor Milks too, is potential for just an overview map of the neighborhood so we can actually pinpoint location. I see, obviously the picture, but
Yep.
just so we know where some of these
You
locations
can
are.
see the parcel.
For
It's kinda
example,
zoomed out in the neighborhood.
Stevens Mills aerial view or shot, that might,
I believe I did that last time.
I think you did, yeah, okay, that's why I'm like,
We
oh,
haven't
that's a
done it
good
in the
idea.
past, so it's kind of cutting
Not to add
paper,
more
but-
work to you, but I mean, in
That's
certain of
perfectly
these
fine.
situations,
Yep.
it'd be nice to see. Okay, are there any other questions about these two properties? None? Okay, thank you. And that's it,
All I
that's
had for
your,
you today.
we appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Very good. I'm now going to call this workshop to a close. We'll stand and break. Our regular council meeting will start at 7 o'clock tonight. Thank you.
Should be the last. I already tried that, gel doesn't work.
It doesn't work. No, the other-
I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of January 7th, 2020. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we're going to move on to consent items. We have one on the agenda tonight. It's setting the time for opening of the polls for the 2020 election. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilor Rosani. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Gary. Show of hands, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstained, none being. Order is accepted by a vote of 7-0. Next on the agenda, we have the minutes of the January 6, 2020 regular council meeting. Are there any corrections? I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the January 6, 2020 city council meeting.
Motion to approve.
Motion from Councilor Walker. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Walker. I have a second from Councilor McLeod. Show of hands, all those in favor of accepting the minutes? Opposed, abstained, none being. The minutes are accepted. Going to move on to communications, presentations, and recognition. First, we have a legal services report with Michael Malloy and Peter Creighton presenting. Councilor Malloy, Esquire.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Good evening, once again, Mayor, Councilors. Pleased to be able to present information to you regarding our legal services. As my information sheet indicated, when I became city manager, one of the priorities that the council gave me was to come back to them with my thoughts and recommendation regarding what we should be doing on legal services. At the time, Mr. Malloy was working with the city, and to the point where I think he had an office over here. He was spending a lot of time with the city at that point in time, which was very much appreciated. We were budgeting $125,000 on legal services. Fast forward to today, we're budgeting $80,000 on legal services today. Michael has prepared a report, which was in your packet. I requested him to do that, summarizing his activities. Michael has been very valuable to the city. We have an agreement with him that is up for renewal. I wanted to have this conversation with you, talk with you. If you have any concerns, and have this opportunity to be able to speak to you and have Michael present the summary that he has provided. He has been very valuable in many respects. You heard from our executive assistant city manager's office earlier, and Kelsey Earl was giving her report on tax acquired properties. We were not making any progress on tax acquired properties when I arrived, and it's through a team effort that we have been able to accomplish what we have done. Michael has played a key role, a central role in helping us accomplish that. The tax acquired properties issue has been all hands on deck. We've had people from almost all the departments participating on this committee, and Michael has been right there providing advice and guidance and helping us with these issues. Fireside Inn was something that was mentioned in his report. I remember specifically that issue and how challenging it was, and talking with Michael about it, and he helped us through that issue. And it's really a joy to see what Fireside Inn has done with their renovations, the work they have done there. They're an asset to the community. I could go on. There are a lot of ways that Michael works with all the departments in the city, and he is certainly of value. And I would like to see us continue with his services and renew the agreement. I'm going to ask Michael to provide his comments on his report to me, to the city, on the work that he's done. Mike?
Thank you, Peter. First, let me say it's just a privilege and a pleasure to be here in front of you. I should have started off by saying Michael Malloy, 15 Evergreen Road. Proud to be an Auburn resident. I think the report that's before you kind of speaks for itself, so I just wanted to say that, I came to this community in 2008 not knowing a soul here. In 12 years, my wife and I have started 2 businesses, have 2 kids in the Auburn schools. This is our home, and we're dug in, and it's a privilege to practice here and to serve our home community. I have a statewide practice. We say in my firm we help people build and protect their life's work. That applies very much to the city of Auburn. The community of Auburn is our family's life's work. As we mentioned in the report, we've covered over 194 separate matters that we've opened in 3 years. There's not a lot of legal subject matters that we don't cover, but a lot of what I do is behind the scenes. And that's often by design. You have very talented department directors and staff here, and it's my job to support them, not to take the credit most of the time. So hopefully the report gives you a little bit of an idea of what we've been working on, and I'd welcome any questions that you have.
I'd like to start off, right. Just one point on this. Could you clarify something? On your memorandum to the city, we're talking about acquisition of tax-acquired properties, $200,000 and then a $300,000 net gain. Can you just elaborate just a little bit on that so we're all clear on that?
Sure. So whenever the city has acquired property through the automatic foreclosure of a tax lien, we have an option if the property is occupied by residents here. The city can evict those residents and sell the property, dispose of it to third parties, or we can work with them to have them to repay what's owed, and in which case they will receive a quitclaim deed and are able to stay back in their homes. So while some of those properties were simply, it was not feasible for us to obtain payment, maybe multiple continuances or multiple arrangements had been made, or the property was just in such a state of disrepair that the city made a business decision to sell the property to a third party. That would be the $200,000. That's a property that was actually sold, and those are the receipts for those sales. The $300,000 additional, those are properties where the city did not sell that property, but through our business process, we were able to recover what we were owed, and the resident in those cases was able to stay in their home and got a deed transferring title back to them.
Okay, very good. Thank you. That clarifies it. And obviously, putting them back on the tax rolls will mean additional tax revenue coming in annually.
Exactly.
Very good. Councilor Rosani, you had a question?
I don't have a question, but I just want to support what the city manager said about the services that we've been rendered, and I have found that it's been really helpful to me to have things in common language when we're talking about legal issues, and I think that Mr. Malloy has done that extremely well in complex situations.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? None being? Well, I'll echo those remarks. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you for moving to Auburn.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have staff from the Economic and Community Development Department that's going to provide us an overview of their services that they so faithfully render. Oh yeah, come on up. We'll get more tables and such. You're all going to have to introduce yourselves because I'll slaughter some of your last names. Not going to say who's
Hi,
at.
good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Michael Chamings. I'm the Director of the Economic and Community Development Department.
Brett Sawyer, Economic Development Specialist.
Eric Cousins, Deputy Director of Economic and Community Development.
Zachary Lenhart, Community Development Manager.
We appreciate you giving us the time tonight to do a department overview. I do want to start by stating that my department has a very talented and committed staff. There's 15 of us in the department. There's 3 divisions. We do a lot of projects, record numbers over the last 3 years, and the commitment they have to this city is second to none, so I really appreciate the employees that work in our office. We started out, if you had the cover letter we sent for the council sheets, we were going to get a little bit deeper into tax increment finance and credit enhancement agreements. They're very important to the city. They are involved in a lot of multi-million-dollar projects and also funding for a lot of our infrastructure. We decided to pull that out earlier today because of time constraints, and we want to be able to do it justice. So next week, we'll be doing a separate TIF presentation and bring you up to date. You will see it tied in because it's a large part of our activities. The TIFs, the CDBGs, and a lot of the fundings are all tied into a lot of these projects. That's why our department functions so well with the 3 divisions. These projects come in and all these divisions work on them at once, one-stop shopping. So if you look at the cover sheet that we have, and Brett's going to start us out with the PowerPoint. The Economic and Community Development Mission is to improve, maintain, protect a vibrant community environment, enhance the quality of life for our residents, businesses, and partners, provide practical housing, expanded economic opportunities for persons of all income levels. We do this by providing exceptional facilities, programs, services that the citizens desire in a fiscally responsible manner. So our department structure, as you see, we have 3 divisions, but they work hand in hand every day. They're broken down. The largest section you'll see is underneath planning, and that's just because our code enforcement's broken down into sanitation, building inspections, housing inspections for the CDBG project, and building inspections, and then the city electrician 1 and 2. We're a little bit unique because it's not unique to have electricians working for the planning department inspections because we do the inspections. The unique section is that we maintain all the lights and the in the city and the buildings and the upgrades, as they mentioned earlier, and that comes through our budget, and the power bill comes through our budget. But the reason that is because the electrical inspectors, Charlie, being a chief electrician, oversees that, so it just goes through our department. A lot of it's tied into public works, though. As you see, we have a director and a deputy director. We work hand in hand, obviously. And the economic development specialist who works in the economic development department, but it crosses over to all the other departments. So these larger projects come in, as we mentioned before, they may be qualified for CDBG or TIF funds. We look at zoning, so as people come in, they go through the paces. Did you have any question on the department structure? So I'm just going to do an overview.
Council? Clerk.
We did a quick breakdown of EC&D funding, and you have to forgive me, I'm slightly colorblind. So our department has a minimal reliance on the general fund and from property taxation because we're funded through permit fees, the CDBG program, the federal program, and TIF funds. So if you look at the chart up there, it gives a breakdown administratively of how we're funded. Obviously, depending on any given year, it changes because we fund projects. If you look at the CDBG fund, for instance, last year we did a large senior center project that was almost $800,000. The bulk of that money came from that funding, that pool. But what you're looking at is the breakdown of the administration budget of that. We will be coming in the future looking at the permit fees that we pay, that's paid in, because we believe we can tighten them up a little bit. As we go through the presentation, you'll see the permit fees we have, what's taken in, and also our turnover time. We have a very decent turnover time here, and we have delegated authority, so usually that allows us to turn over projects, not through the permitting project, but through the enhanced permitting process. It can take up to 6 months, and you'll see our turnaround time on these are fairly decent. We break down that some of the boards that are actually staffed by the department, and then boards and committee memberships, and that have various amount of commitments of time. But in our department, we staff the planning board, the appeals board, the loan committee, the LARC, Lewiston Auburn Railroad Corporation, Auburn Business Development Corporation, the Citizens Advisory Committee, the Ag Committee, and the Bells of St. Louis Committee. I'm not going to read through the boards and committees that we have membership into, but as you can see, there's quite a list, and some of them, they take various amount of time. Some of them are more time-consuming than others, and some of them are going to expand as we go into it. For instance, the Turnpike Exit Ad Hoc Committee will be started back up. We kind of fell back on that because we knew we had a new board coming on, and we want to start that process with the new board. So that is not a comprehensive list, but that's a list of the boards and committees we belong to. The planning permitting code is broken down, and I'm going to let Eric take the reins here for a while.
Thank you. Planning, permitting, and code section of the department division. Planning, long-range planning, comprehensive planning, and the implementation of some of those plans. Land use permitting, that includes site plan, special exception, staffing the planning board, Board of Appeals. It also includes delegated review, as Michael mentioned. Delegated reviews are state permits that the state has allocated to the city to administer those on their behalf. Permits, inspections, and code compliance, building permits, plumbing permits, electrical permits, sign permits, all of the inspections associated with those permits, and code compliance, for example, lack of maintenance on a housing, rental housing building, or work that's done without permits that should have had a permit. Informing the public. We spend a lot of time providing information to the public, whether that's realtors, homeowners, business people, asking about zoning or any other requirement that our department is responsible for, how certain properties can be used. We rely a lot on the WebGIS to get that information out there. We used to spend a lot more time in front of paper maps explaining to people what the zoning is, what their lot boundaries are, things like that. A lot of that happens on its own, nights, weekends, whether we're working or not, thanks to the WebGIS. Electrical maintenance, Michael mentioned it's a little unusual to house that function in the Economic and Community Development Department. But that's been done that way here for a long time, I think partly because of the synergies of having the electrical inspector, who's also an expert at municipal electrical infrastructure, having some crossover so they can cover both of those functions. It is unusual, and you'll see in our budget that the electrical costs associated with powering streetlights and traffic signals is part of our department's budget. The department provides technical support for amendments to the ordinance. The comprehensive plan recommends a lot of amendments, and we're also responsive to changing needs over time. Recent examples, the ag zone changes that the council passed, marijuana permitting, worked closely with a wide range of other departments on that. Solar energy ordinances, both in the agricultural zone that we'll be talking to you soon about, and in the industrial zone, and shoreline and other zoning amendments recently related to timber harvesting. Building permit values. This is a chart that shows fiscal year 08-09 to 18-19 as a completed year on the right-hand side of the screen. Back in 08-09, about 23,700,000, and you can see a steady rise over time to a total of about 47 million for the last full fiscal year. Here's just a summary of the last 5 fiscal years, and this current year, We're having a lot of discussions about projects. We've seen permit volumes that are similar to last year, although the average permit size is a little bit smaller, so the total investment, we're still expecting to have similar numbers, and we'll have to see which other permits come in during the remainder of the fiscal year to see if we're above last year's average or similar to last year. Touched on this, permit numbers still over 1,000 based on the current pace. That can be a little bit misleading, especially as we finish out the winter months, because things typically slow down for the winter, and oftentimes that April, May, June period is a very, very strong period for people getting back going on their summer projects. So we're still expecting a strong finish for this fiscal year. Delegated site plan reviews. The city has delegated review authority for traffic movement permits. Those are permits that most communities would rely on the state for, Maine Department of Transportation. We have authority to issue those permits on behalf of the state for projects that generate more than 100 vehicle trips in the peak hour. If you had a new retail store that had 50 cars in and 50 cars out during an hour, that would be 100 passenger car trips. In a peak hour, that triggers a traffic permit and engineering around that to make sure the adjacent roadways can accommodate it. Stormwater, any new impervious areas, new developments that create more than an acre of impervious area, they're required to meet stormwater treatment requirements. Chapter 500 is the section that's referred to often for those standards, and it really aims to control. It used to really focus on quantity so that you weren't creating more runoff than you did pre-development on a given site. Now it focuses more on quality to make sure the water leaving the site is not carrying more pollutants than it should as it leaves the site. That's typically administered by DEP, but we have the authority to do that for stormwater. And lastly, site location of development is the larger projects over 3 acres of impervious area. We also have delegated authority for that. And typical review process, I think the next slide gets into the details on that. At the state, can take upwards of 6 months before you get a decision or information on what you're missing. We can typically turn those around as part of our plan review process with the planning board and plan review group that staff organizes in 30 to 45 days, maybe 60 days tops. But 30 to 60 days is a much shorter turnaround than 6 months at the state. It's also much less expensive. Typical delegated review fees for a project that requires site law, traffic, and stormwater, as many large projects do, can range from $500 or $600 to $12,000, and some of the larger projects, especially hotels and large industrial buildings, can easily exceed $50,000 in state permit fees, whereas we process those for a flat fee of $1,000, whether you need one or all of them. It's a big incentive. We do think that it would be possible. A lot of people don't understand how much they're saving, so it would be possible to maybe structure that so we actually calculate the way that the state would have charged for that permit and charge 25 or 50% of that. I think people would understand that they're saving more than just the flat $1,000 fee, and it still would be a good advertising tool and could increase our revenue some. Building permit times, we haven't looked closely in the last few months, but I think we're still in line with this 20-day average that we did a number of months ago. We were typically averaging about 12 days. The higher volumes and difficulty keeping up with those has us out to about 20 days right now. We're still shorter than other communities, especially Portland is known for having a longer period of time. We're still very competitive in that way, although we are striving to reduce those times as much as possible to keep things moving. Electrical permitting, somewhat of a rise over the last few years, but a little more steady than building.
I was going to jump in here, but Eric's been doing so much work on the New Auburn project. I'm going to let him continue on because it's a great project, and you're going to see a lot of advancements out of there, and a couple of great slides that show you with the clock and the wall that's currently being built.
I don't know how many of you have seen the images of the bell tower, but it did arrive here this fall, planned for installation this spring. Here's a couple of images of the retaining wall in New Auburn that's part of that project. And the St. Louis Bell Tower. It is quite a sight. It's very impressive. It's something that we're going to be able to be extremely proud of as a monument in that park area. This is funded by TIF. Some of the property acquisitions were funded by CDBG. The tower has been funded both by TIF funding as part of the overall New Auburn project and by a lot of volunteer efforts and donations. First to save the bells and then to help pay for the tower itself, and about $250,000 in Northern Border regional funds for the infrastructure portion of the project, not specifically for the bell tower because that wouldn't have been eligible.
So the Northern Borders Region Fund that was applied for, which was about $250,000, $250,000 was applied through our Urban Development Department that we received 3 years ago, so it was a great boost, and it was a great job of grant writing at that time, which was Doug Green, who wrote for that out of our department. So we just have a few recently completed projects and some other issues we've been dealing with. Just showing the Bangor Savings Bank, which was in place, as you know, of a large apartment building that had some issues with it. Shoot over the next one. Dangerous buildings and junkyards. If you see on Albinson Way, that was a piece of property that we took over. And those are one of those properties we like to explain out. When you see our budget for dangerous buildings and junkyards, we never know when we're going to get a piece of property that's dangerous. We have to address that. And this building no longer exists. We removed that building. You saw it back on the, probably on the list to be sold, looking at splitting that property. And the junkyards are the same way. We, at any given time, don't know when we come across these or the properties are going to be taken by the city. And when we don't have, when people don't have the means to clean these up, it takes us almost 3 years that it is to go through an 80-day process. We need to have funds to the side to be able to clean those properties up, and we lien the properties and hopefully recoup some of those funds. So we've been aggressively addressing the junkyards. In the last 4 or 5 years, we've done several buildings that have come down, dangerous buildings in Broad Street, Newberry Street, that have come out, and that's where those funds come from. We do like to keep a little extra funding in there because then again, we never know we're going to have an $80,000, $100,000 project such like as this, that's dangerous to the municipality, that needs to come out. I'm going to give the mic over to Zach.
Thank you. I'd like to tell a little bit about the CDBG and Home program, and that's in the Economic and Community Development Office. Our program administers the CDBG and Home grants that are provided from HUD. Auburn is an entitlement community, so we receive these grants every year. We can count on receiving these grants. As part of receiving these grants, we develop a 5-year consolidated plan, which we are currently in the process of developing right now. And each year of that 5-year plan, we develop an annual action plan along with that, with the budget and everything. We also spend a lot of time ensuring compliance with federal statutes and guidelines. That includes quarterly reports, reporting program income, checking projects for eligibility, and so forth. One of the large programs that we run in our office is a housing rehabilitation program. We do administer that in our house. We have a housing coordinator and a project underwriter. With that, we provide loans and grants to homeowners and landlords to rehabilitate housing. We have homeowner rehab, multi-unit rehab. We do spot loans, lead loans, and other programs too for housing. We underwrite them and we manage the loan portfolio. So, you know, we get foreclosure notice that we need to respond to. When there's a payoff, we need to write that off. So that a lot goes into managing that loan portfolio as well. We also provide project oversight to the rehabilitation projects to make sure they comply with local, state, and federal regulations. We make sure that a procurement process is followed and that building standards are met and lead laws, so a lot goes into that too. We got a couple of projects, I was going to say before and after, but it's more of a during and after project in New Auburn, a multi-unit building. We also, as part of the CDBG projects, we can do public infrastructure projects. Right now, we have walkability projects going around the library for on-street parking and sidewalks areas. It's also being aligned with some of the crossings that are to be updated, the railroad crossings too. The Senior Community Center, I believe probably everyone here is familiar with that. That was recently completed and done by funded through our program, and Hal, actually, our housing coordinator, did a real good job managing that project as well. We do neighborhood challenge grants. Some of you may have seen recently the New Auburn Village signs that went up around New Auburn. Those were from the the Neighborhood Challenge Grant. And we've also funded community gardens. There's 2 gardens currently, one on Newberry Avenue in the corner, one on Webster Street by the Webster Street School, and a 3rd garden will be installed in the spring right next to Washburn School. So we're real excited about that. Senior Center project. We like pictures. Shows what everyone's. We also, the home program is, again, it's CDBG and home. Home is another grant we receive from HUD that's strictly for housing. We do, with our home funds, we do a lot of home rehab, but we also fund some larger rental projects, including 62 Spring Street, which was recently completed by the Hannaford. 477 Minot Avenue is nearing completion. That one's looking pretty good. And 48 Hampshire Street as well. We just took a tour of that. They told us they expect to be done in 3 months, but maybe 4, I would say.
Sorry, 3 months for which project?
48 Hampshire Street was
Old
when
Troy.
we did a tour. They were hoping in about they told us 3 months, but we know how projects go sometimes.
The one on Minot Avenue is, I mean,
It's
it's
nearing,
near.
yeah, it's
Weeks.
really close. They're taking leases, I believe now. They're taking applications for
Who's managing that? Is it through Auburn Housing Authority?
that.
Or is it
477 Minot isn't. The developer is managing that. 62 Spring Street is managed by the Auburn Housing Authority. 48 Hampshire Street, the first year will be managed by the Auburn Housing Authority, and then they'll be turning it over to the developer. That's the plan. So on those big rental projects, typically we leverage our city home funds with low-income housing tax credits and TIFs. We do a lot. The planning department did a lot to help those projects acquire those low-income housing tax credits, and provide good housing for our residents.
Zach?
Yes.
Not to interrupt.
Sure.
But I'm going to, I'm sorry.
You already did, yeah.
Yes, I did. You've seen me in action before. So could you explain a little bit more about these particular projects on Spring Street, Minot Avenue, and Hampshire Street, and as far as workforce housing, or is somebody going to do
They're
that?
coming up.
That's coming up, all right.
Yeah, I'll stick around, and if you have more questions about them that aren't answered, I'll be happy to answer those. So also, with the home grant, we received that grant as part of a consortium with Lewiston. Neither Auburn nor Lewiston is a big enough community to receive that grant on its own. So we partner with Lewiston. We're the lead of that consortium, so we're responsible for monitoring and compliance. That consists of, we need to inspect the home-funded units to make sure they meet building standards and verify that they're being rented at affordable levels to the tenants, and make sure the tenants are eligible for that affordable rent. So we do that for both our city and Lewiston, the monitoring. There's 62 Spring Street, again, a combination of a TIF district and home funds went into completing that project. 40-something units and a couple of commercial spaces on the first floor. That's 48 Hampshire Street, again, behind the library. And 477 Minot Avenue.
It was kind of a unique year because we had two applications for two different projects, and these have to they have to have certain points to bring these forward. And of course, part of that is the home funds and the commitment of the municipality and TIF funds. And it's for a municipality to get one of these projects, that it's not all that usual. In that particular year, two projects were awarded. So in the last 3 years, we've had 3 great projects. We've done, our fair share of providing housing for that level. Market housing is coming back in now, so we're seeing the market housing coming in because the unemployment rate's low and such. But these two projects, we really didn't anticipate getting both at once, but we did.
And we also run, there's a couple other programs through the CDBG program. We do some economic development right now. We have business loans available for job creation. We've done a couple of projects with that, mainly Main Street Music, helped them with their move into New Auburn, their new location in Auburn, which has been really great for them. And then also as well, the Craft Brew Underground was a startup program through the STAR program that's right there on Main Street. We also provide public service grants. CDBG funds allow us to do that. They cap the amount of funds that we can use for this, but we award grants to the public service providers, and we monitor for compliance with federal guidelines on those. A lot of the programs we do, the Work With Me program with the police department. We offer, the Auburn Recreation offers some summer scholarships, summer camp scholarships. Tedford Housing receives some funds. Literacy Volunteers does a great job helping people learn to read. Safe Voices and Androscoggin Head Start are among other recipients of our CDBG funds.
Oh, and here we have Main Street Music, which was through that STAR business loan that Zach just mentioned. They had a furnace?
I think we did a heat pump.
Heat pump, yeah. So that was done just past year or so. Then we get into the economic development. We do several things out of the office. We attract different investors. We assist investors. CEI reached out to us, and we worked with them to market the city. We went last fall to a convention and put together a presentation. Sometimes it takes a second to load, so I don't know if we'll be able to get into that. But we were able to put together a presentation. That's an ongoing effort to try and market the city, calling out, and that's for food industry. We're trying to approach that angle. We are looking at the industrial development, the Auburn Enterprise Center. We are excited to say we have several competing offers in that park. We've been working with the ABDC Corporation to market that, and we have several people that have made offers, and they are pretty close to wanting to develop those projects. Then we have some expansion for Procter & Gamble and Future Guard here. And we've had numerous conversations with local businesses, restaurants, and different places that are looking to locate in the city. And we continue to network and have memberships with the LA Metro. We work with Scott Benson and Shauna over there, AvCog, EDCM, and Merida. We've mentioned a few times the TIF tax increment financing tool. It is an important tool that we use. It's really one of the few things the local department can assist with a project. And right now we're at 1% for land area and assessed value. And the state caps that at 5%, so we're well under those, so we could look to potentially look at some projects in the coming year to boost those numbers a bit. We will have another extended presentation next week, but we do have a few specific examples over the next few slides. The parking garage here that we all use was made possible through TIF funding. This was through a couple of the TIFs that the funding banks were able to come through. Norway Savings Bank was another project that was made possible using a TIF and a CEA. Without that, we may not have had that in the city, probably wouldn't have. Procter & Gamble is another good example. We used a TIF to allow them to expand, and it allowed them to stay here as an anchor business here in Auburn. The mall area was redeveloped with the use of a TIF. And we will be using one with Schooner Memory Care to help with some infrastructure. We will be able to redo Stetson Road, and that's a nice large project that's going to bring in 60 jobs to the area. Another current development that we have, another apartment unit, is the Grace Lawn Apartments. Those are 48 high-end market rate apartments. We again will capture some TIF funds to be able to build some sidewalks this spring and summer. I might turn this over to Mike.
Well, we had quite a few segues with the finance director and the budget and the city manager on the strategic plan early, as what ties in very good with our presentation. So if you see the 24 strategies that are current initiatives, we're going to be involved with 17 of these, and out of those 17, there's probably a lot of these that are going to be completely through our office with cooperation from the other departments. So if you see the list out there, pedestrian trail network, business relationships, neighborhood pride, walkability, Great Falls Master Plan, the internships, Protect Lake Auburn, secondary turnpike exit, river as an asset, defining the corridors, infrastructure planning, industry clusters, downtown management, transportation to support employment, industrial activity to promote development, and arts and culture. So we anticipate a busy year next year tying these in. As Peter mentioned earlier, we'll be looking in the near future, updating the comprehensive plan, and also we'll be working on the 5-year plan through CDBG, which they'll tie in together, and which you'll see with the CAC and the comprehensive plan as we update those. Some of the areas that are mentioned in here, what I don't see is the senior, friendly senior city, which is going to be tied into the 5-year CAC, and also the comprehensive plan for more guidance. So we're very enthusiastic about the next coming year. We've been extremely busy. So if you look at the projects 2020 and beyond, the Exit 75 development, as you know, that parcel was for sale for a while. There's a development corporation that bought that from out of state. And since they bought that, we've been working for a couple years for access from the highway, Washington Avenue. And of course, there's some issues because of the turnpike turn in there that the state had some regulations, been working with DOT. And they're looking now at starting out with probably a 60,000 square foot building, but that whole area is designed out for expansion. And then again, we'll be coming back looking at the infrastructure needs out there of the sewer and the water and the road access. Without that infrastructure, we don't have economic development. It has to be provided. We have a lot of interest back into some foreign investments from various other states and other countries that own buildings here, because we have a lot of people that have businesses here now. The building that's, what's Conform called?
Okay. Don't know.
Conform, right? Yeah, for instance, Conform is owned out of China right now. That's been for years, and people don't realize that, but there's also probably $25 million worth of properties in the cities that's been developed by out-of-country money. The rail study conclusions, we're still working on the freight and passenger. The freight is important to us because we have the intermodal facility. We're seeing more activity there. And because of the possible expansion of the electrical lines, because Auburn's is central located with rail that already processes the poles in and out, we're probably going to see some more alignment with that. So we're very enthusiastic about the upcoming year, and we believe our workload will remain heavy, which we like it that way.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Manager.
So, Zach, all right,
Yes.
I know the answer to this question, but for those that are viewing the meeting, just briefly, can you talk about those projects on Troy Street, Minot Avenue, and Spring Street as workforce housing? Workforce housing is different from Section 108 housing.
No, what's the definition of workforce housing from a dollar and cent standpoint?
You have to have a certain income to be able to be in the workforce housing.
Yeah, so I don't know that when Auburn Housing administers it and Home considers it, it needs to be what they consider affordable, which is not more than 30% of house homes take-home pay. What we monitor for, we've funded, at least actually two units in each of those developments is what we are responsible for. In the units we're responsible for need to meet those affordability requirements of 30% or less of the household's income, and they must meet eligibility requirement of making less than 80% of the median income of the area. And these are a mix of affordable and market rate. I believe each of those two projects has around 8 to 10 affordable market rate units in them that aren't that don't have those affordability standards on them. I think the workforce may be a marketing term for that, but we monitor for affordability.
Well, I will say this is a topic of conversation in Washington on Friday, and the administration's pushing hard for workforce housing. That's their term. In Auburn, that would be $36,000 a year, which is our first year, second, third year probably teachers, mechanics, trades, and so forth that are coming out of college, and certain attorneys. So it is entry-level workforce housing designed to be short-term. And that is, it seems to be a focus nationwide. So, but yeah, it could be marketing, but it's truly different from subsidized housing with regards to Section 8 and, other
Yeah,
programs out
and
there.
from I just know the agreements we have signed with these projects, and it's not listed under workforce. It's the agreement is for affordable housing.
Thank you very much.
A couple questions and then requests. I'm going to turn it over to the council for some questions. First of all, Mr. Chamings, thank you very much for this and your staff. Very, very good. It's a lot of information here. I'm hoping that you could send us your deck so the council can actually see it. If we could post it online too, maybe as an addendum to the agenda, I think that'd be extremely helpful. I don't believe there's anything confidential. That way, give us some time over the next week to digest it, review it, and formulate any questions we may have, and then we can ask them appropriately in our workshop next week, phase 2, if you would. Are there any, do you all have any questions with regards to clarifying any of the points that were made in phase one of this presentation. Councilor Zania?
Are you fully staffed at this point?
We have one position that we're advertising for now.
Okay. And I liked it that you were aligning this with the strategic plan. It'd be nice as we move forward to get a little more detail when you talk about a specific thing, how is economic development supporting trails or something like that? I know, I'm not asking you to give it all right now, but as we move forward. The other thing is when you talk about these projects that are coming, it would be nice, is it appropriate to have a preview? I know that sometimes Mr. Chamlings will give us some information, potentially in an executive session, but knowing just what's in the pipeline to be able to speak publicly about some of them would be great.
Yeah, that's why it's a little bit with my department and the economic development is a lot of the information we have isn't public because it's in a negotiation stage and there's other negotiation with land purchases and such. And there's businesses that will straight out tell you that if you discuss that we're looking at moving into municipality, we'll pull the project, so we have to look at those. We do try, like last meeting, we had an executive session to update you on some of the projects we have. We do plan, I believe, not this next meeting, the week one after that, to have a listing of 3 or 4 projects. It's very important because of some of these projects we look at that may be multi-million-dollar projects may involve some zoning changes, may involve some incentives to the TIF funds, and that needs to be brought and approved by the board before that goes forward.
And the last one is, so the bell tower is fully funded?
The bell towers, they're still doing fundraising for that at this point in time, so I don't want to say it's fully funded. So if anybody wants to donate, I'm sure that group would be more than glad to sell you some bricks and take some money in for that.
Auburn150.com, click on bricks.
I will say that the Structures Foundation did pass testing, which we're thankful it did because we wasn't 100% sure it can handle that. So when springtime comes around, we'll be setting up a date. That probably will be more of a policy issue through the manager's office. But as far as the structure goes, it needs to be lined up with the bell tower company, Cody Crane, who's volunteering their time, and of course our electricians to hook that up to go in. We're not going to have the grand opening as we do it, but probably somewhere in that window. Then again, that'll be a policy issue.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Councilor?
Do you have any information on the number of rental units or single-family homes that are impacted, either built or rehabbed through CDBG and home funds, and how will that number be impacted by the loss of HUD funding at the end of this calendar year?
I'm sorry, the loss of what?
HUD funding, HUD lead abatement funding through the city of Lewiston.
Oh, lead abatement?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant CDBG. Okay.
Well, it's a
that would've been
combined
shocker.
question. So for HUD lead abatement, Auburn units oftentimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, CDBG funds are leveraged as part of those projects. So if we don't have HUD funds and those units aren't being serviced through HUD, how will that impact the use of our CDBG and home funds? Will we have fewer units that we're able to serve, more units? I'm just interested in that balance.
I didn't come prepared with numbers
That's
for this
fine.
presentation.
Sorry, it's a big question.
But it would likely, right now, the lead grant provides, I think, $10,000 per unit for a lead abatement. Usually, a unit costs more than that to do an abatement order, so we're already loaning these owners the kind of the gap there. We would likely be using a lot more of our CDBG rehab funds to fund the whole abatement if we don't have another lead grant to kind of fill that gap.
Yeah, we obviously would like to eradicate the lead altogether in the city. We don't have as many units as some of the other cities do. And they changed the standards of what's acceptable for lead levels too. So it can make a building that is in compliance come out of compliance when they change the levels.
And my question is not specific about lead, it's more broadly about how many units are we able to rehab with whatever the issue they're facing.
Maybe a synopsis of the last 5 to 10 years of projects, just number counts. I think that'd be nice, without going out too much. Thank you. Is there any other questions? None? Very good. Thank you all very much. Go out there and develop economics. Next on the agenda is actually communication announcing on my appointment so far to the Citizens Advisory Committee. As you all are aware, maybe it's still new for me as well, but Last year, we did change the makeup of the Citizens Advisory Commission and City Council representation on the CAC committee. That part's happening. There's a lot of stipulations involved in who can be appointed to the CAC and from what neighborhoods and so forth. So far, there are 4 appointments. Is that, we don't need that up on the screens?
It's coming.
Okay, very good. Very good. So we have 4 appointments that have already been made. We have 3 more left to do. And we're kind of going through applications with Zach's assistants as well as Phil Kroll's assistants. Right now, we have Father John Emmanuelson, who's an Auburn resident and pastor at the Greek Orthodox Holy Trinity Church in Lewiston. Sarah Abaca, Larry Pelletier, and Nick Charneski. So as of right now, those are my 4 appointments to the Citizen Advisory Committee, along with Councilor Milks, who you voted on last meeting or the meeting before. I believe, Sue, we do have a quorum, correct? We have a quorum right now. So, but hopefully we'll get the rest of the appointments. And if any counselor has any ideas or assistance, please call me, okay? It's challenging with the requirements needed, and people have to meet a lot of criteria. So, thank you very much. Next communication point is a discussion for a proposal for a mayor's ad hoc committee to review Auburn's boards, committees, and commissions. We have a very short PowerPoint presentation that was put together for you to help illustrate this. As we've been talking about now for quite some time, this council and the previous council, there is, and I think reinforced by Mr. Chamming's presentation about how many committees and commissions and boards they actually service and staff. It's a lot. But we do need to modernize these, look at the efficiencies, make sure they're consistent with regards to counselor appointments and so forth. So next slide, please. The purpose for the Mayor's Ad Hoc Committee would be as follows. To develop and propose to the City Council a modernization of Auburn's many boards, commissions, and committees to facilitate a more cohesive workflow, generating greater impact and efficient use of staff and volunteer time and effort. Composition of this ad hoc committee will be the mayor, who will function as a facilitator, which is in the charter, about forming committees and helping guide those committees' actions. 2 city councilors, chosen by the city council, a representative from the planning board, appointed by its chair, 2 staff members chosen by city manager to participate and support. The timing of this will meet as often as they deem necessary, with a target completion date of May 15th. Final report to be presented to the council no later than June 15th, and further council action as determined by the council. Very, very brief outline. I would love at this point any feedback or ideas. Obviously, a lot of the work will be judged or will be determined by the committee itself and by design. But the goals are laid out here as well as timing. Anything? Good on height.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it would, just as a suggestion, it would probably be helpful to come up with some kind of a standard form requesting information from each committee. How many people, how often they meet, what their goals are, that kind of thing, to help us look at them. So perhaps the ad hoc committee can develop with staff a standard form that can be sent to each of the committees and boards.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Each of their mission statements of why they were formed, what they were supposed to accomplish, should also be looked at to see how far they've got, if they've already accomplished their goals, and what it takes to bring them forward if they've met their goals to make them more efficient in to meet today's needs as well as future ones.
Anything else? Remember, these, as we've talked about, and just recently, our committees, commissions, and boards, both city, completely city, and then quasi-municipal and joint, should be there to help bring us information as a city council to make effective decisions, and then execute policy decisions by the city council in order to make sure that everything's kind of rolling in the right direction. So I think this will help, and I think will also help with looking at true staff time and dollars spent for a better outcome. So if there's no other no other questions or comments, obviously the comments, suggestions should be ongoing on this. This will not be a vacuum at any time if the council or members of the public or staff have any suggestions, such as your two suggestions. Let's bring them up. Timing, I'll be bringing a resolution in support of this to the next council meeting. It'll be very simple, pretty much a restatement of this. If no one has any issues whatsoever with the makeup or questions there, again, the goal was to keep it a small, tight group that could meet more frequently if needed. So we'll be bringing that forth. Okay? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll be moving on now. Communication. As part of our prerogatives and organization of this new council term, one of the issues was getting communication back into communication section. So instead of under reports, which are really set aside for committee and subcommittee reports that each one of us might be on. So I'm going to kick it off here as an example. So communication, start off first and foremost, Winter Festival was this weekend. Great activity. I don't know if anyone got a chance to participate. Councilor Walker and everybody involved in the New Auburn area, thank you very much. The weather didn't help out too much, but there's a lot of smiling kids there, so that was great, and a lot of people had fun. And I will say that the media attention we received, and especially Sabrina Best, who isn't here, thank you, Sabrina, for getting up there at 5:15 in the morning for round-the-clock media presence on TV until I think around 8. So she really pulled it out for us on that. Second, I'd like to just inform the community that the City Council, along supported with staff, had our visioning retreat this Saturday at Central Maine Community College. Lasted from 9 a.m. It went from 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m., working lunch included. We covered some great ideas about vision, setting rules for how we conduct meetings, building consensus. I'm just very thankful that we all could make it on a Saturday, beautiful Saturday at that. And these visioning exercises will lead into the strategic plan prioritization and should help move everything forward in a very expedited fashion and efficiently. Also, Bangor Savings Bank, I had the pleasure of attending and speaking at Bangor Savings Bank grand opening last week. It is a beautiful branch. Their vision for community banking and municipal cooperation is refreshing. There are 57 branches of 67 years, of operation is truly something that we should be proud to have in our community. And they are part of that redevelopment of our downtown corridor from New Auburn all the way down through Center Street. Lastly, a lot of you already know, we've talked about it Saturday, and this is not by any means a formal presentation of my findings, but I was invited to Washington, D.C. to meet with the President as well as several cabinet members and staff Friday on the 25th. I did go. It was about 4 hours of pretty intensive meetings. Secretary Carson remembered me from his visit to Auburn about 6 months ago. It was very good to hear some of this information. And what I want to share with you right now is just kind of the gist of what is being talked about and what these goals, or the goal for this mayor's meeting was. First of all, it was defined as a discussion on transforming America's communities. That's the goal. And I'm going to read this straight from the website of the summary that I just received, and probably put it better than I would. The administration is committed to empowering local government to advance shared priorities, and these priorities include driven urban revitalization and rural prosperity through innovative tools like the Opportunity Zones, facilitating economic development through deregulation, promoting workforce development with skills training, and increased access to child care and paid family leave, combating the opioid drug crisis, and ensuring safe communities are priorities. Firsthand, absolutely what it is. I'll kind of wrap it up with this. The amount of information I gained and learned is absolutely mind-boggling. I had a meeting today with staff. Over 180 different grant programs that are there to help facilitate growth and Opportunity Zone. Almost 9,000 Opportunity Zones around the country. I will say that Auburn's Opportunity Zone is it is the best Opportunity Zone designated area in the state of Maine. As long as we follow the toolkit, the guidance from the federal government, specifically housing and urban development, in order to properly market, develop, and then land and help make successful the private industry and the public growth that is going to be needed in order to make this fully profitable for all of us. if you would, lack of a better term. So there'll be a lot more information I've already started to share with staff. I want to share with you maybe in a future workshop, once we can really boil it all down into some action plans. And I'll be sending you some links so you could do some further study and analysis on your own end. Hopefully your own ideas and thoughts can be overlaid to what is out there, and let's make sure that we have the policies in place to take down these regulatory burdens and to actually help the opportunity zones grow and to be separate from other opportunity zones in Maine or in other parts of the country. And those regulations, I got to tell you, on the last thing. So in the past 3 years, for every new regulation and policy that the administration has adopted, 7.25 archaic ones have been removed from the books. It's a pretty impressive long-term activity that they've done, and it should show all of us that we can look at what we have here in Auburn and in Augusta, frankly, and start taking away and modernizing and making more efficient so our rules and regulations are easy to understand, fair, and followed. Should make a better community. So that's my communication on my meeting with the president. Yes, I did get a picture. Yes, we did shake hands. And yes, he did invite me into the Oval Office along with the mayor of Fort Worth, Texas, Anaheim, California, and Glendale, Arizona. So I was pretty honored to have that private time with him and those other mayors. We all shared some nice anecdotes. I had them laughing, and which wasn't that hard actually. And yeah, I think it's nice to know that Auburn, Maine is actually recognized on the national scene as, you know, a very progressive and, you know, growing community. So thank you. That's my communication. Are there any other communications from the councilor? I'll start off to the left. Councilor Boss, do you have anything? Feel free. If you don't, that's okay.
Well, I do, in fact. I attended my first Auburn Public Library Board meeting last week. They have an upcoming event. It's the last Friday in February, which will be the 28th. They have their indoor farmers market, which is an annual event that pulls about 200 to 300 people in the community. So I really encourage everyone to attend. There are a lot of local vendors, including the PAL Center and all of the offerings that they have, and many other local vendors. I also wanted to make sure that people are aware that there's an amazing upcoming events calendar that's right on the landing page for the APL, and there are multiple events every single day, so there are lots of opportunities. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Walker?
Yes, I attended the Waste to Energy, I don't remember the day now, but last week sometime, and we've invited all the towns to come and work with us to put the new budget together, and we will be meeting within the next couple of weeks again to hopefully be able to put a budget together that we don't raise our prices for getting rid of our trash in the city, so we'll have to wait and see how it goes, but we'll be working on it.
Councilor.
The school board met last week. We did have a update to where we were in the process with the new high school. Councilor Lasagna will be able to speak to that more. Two of the items that we did take up were we're going to be finishing the security for several of the schools, 6 of the schools, by updating badge readers and putting those into the schools, making them more efficient. The other item that was the superintendent search. We did choose a company to go with to help us with the search, and we will be meeting Wednesday night for those people that want to attend to go into some detail with that company and discuss further items on the school budget.
Very good, thank you.
None.
Councilor McLeod.
Thank you, Mayor. LATC has moved its time and location, so it's later in the afternoon. It's now located monthly at Lewiston's City Hall, thank you. And Great Falls TV is still looking actively for community members to join our board.
I have a small question, the difference between communications and reports.
Yeah, reports should be about committee activity later on in the agenda.
Yep.
But this is great communication too. So, you know, communication is more of, Neighborhood Watch meeting is meeting on the 30th of February.
Okay.
Which doesn't exist, by the way, it's only 28 days.
I'll wait till reports. Thank you.
Councilor Gay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. Last Thursday, I'm a member of the, well, I'd better preface it. I'm a member of the Age-Friendly Committee. Last Thursday, we had an age-friendly event at the Senior Center on Thursday. It started about 10 o'clock. We had over 50 people come in, and the event started off after they came in, got coffee, maybe some played games, some did chit-chat. At lunchtime, we had soup, homemade soup, sandwiches, baked beans, and hot dogs and dessert. And last I knew, we had over 53 people came and enjoyed each other's company. It was a great event, and the age-friendly group will be, as Council Walker, since he's chair of the group, will probably elaborate further on, is that they're trying to plan monthly meetings to engage our senior community. And it was open for seniors age 50 or above, but if you're slightly younger than that, nobody was turned away if they needed or would like to have joined us for lunch. And I look forward to our next event, and I'm going to leave it at that point.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move over to our first open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business, which is not on tonight's agenda. I would ask that you state your name and address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's Larry Morissette. I'm from Auburn, Maine, Auburn resident. I want to inform you all that I say that the Constitution of 1889 has been abolished publicly. That means that all of the amendments, rules, adoptions, laws of today are of no value and will not be of any value until they have all been tried by me. I want you to know that I have warrants out for you, sir, and all government and judges. I want you to know that I am Gloria P. Morissette, D. Jesus, PQ, Canada, okay? I am the Prince of Peace of the Christian Catholic Court, okay? That is above the Auburn Police Department. I am above you, and I am above the judges of this land and UN, okay? I want you to know that this Constitution right here has been turned back. Why was it turned back? It was turned back because of bullies like you and him in my Auburn Police Department working for Mr. Rothschild and grotesque workings, okay? So, I want you to know that this has been turned back, and all of your talks are not worth the paper it's written on. This man here that sits here with a badge on, he is an imposter, and so aren't you.
Mr. Morissette, with all due respect, please
Okay,
probably refrain from insinuating anything.
that I have warrants against you, okay? And I plan to make arrests against you. I'm finding out that I can't because I got to bring it to Mrs. Collins and Mr. Baldacci and all of these people that are in on this New World Order and Immigration Nation and. This is pathetic. I need to let you people know that you people taking your oath to the Constitution, bogus Constitution of 1889, puts you, him, your families, and your lives and souls in danger. I want to point out that because of the fact that you think that you can just push me out, you have to have a reason, okay? You can't say, I don't like what you're talking about, Mr. Morissette. He said, objection, officer, throw him out, because when you do that, you discriminated against me because I didn't break any law. I have a right to come here and ask you to quit your high treason, traitor crimes within and without. I'm finding out that you people all work for the KGB that changed their name to CIA and Central Intelligence and APD and sheriffs and lawyers and judges and city, state, and federal. And I am getting the people up, and we will be at liberty to take and to have a revolutionary war, okay? And I'm telling you what, I haven't been active for about 130 years, okay? But the last time I was active, they said that we trumped.
Mr. Morissette, thank you. Your time is up.
I have 2 more minutes.
No, sir, you have 3.
Yeah, so if you interrupt me, I'm supposed to start my time over because you're not supposed to interrupt me. All right, well, I'm trying to point something out, okay? And I'm saying that I am the first coat of arms. I'm saying that
get pictures.
I'm saying that Morissette is the first coat of arms. I'm saying that 116th chapter would not be.
Mr. Morissette.
For me, Morissette.
Mr. Morissette, early.
Police Department.
Please, thank you very much for your time. And yes, the rules are
Can't
3
throw
minutes.
me out. Good job. Can't throw me out. I still got another 2 minutes. No. Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to tell you something, fella. You're not in the right, okay? And if I borrowed your gun and shot him and you in the foot, I would be shot. I would be shot. Give me stop.
Okay. So, folks, we're gonna focus back here on open session and I'm gonna open that up. If anybody else would like to speak, please. By all means, say your name, address. 3 minutes. If I have to tell the rules to Councilor Titus, I'm gonna second guess myself. Ready and go.
Andy Titus, 24 Rubelite Lane. Got just a few points. First of all, I want to welcome the council. It's a lot of work, and I just, if I can support you in any way, please let me know. I'm available through email. But it's a tough job, but it's a job you can love. A couple of things. I am also having some financial questions, but I'm asking Jill directly, so don't think that I'm completely out of that.
Feel free to copy us on this, Councilor, former Councilor.
Anything that I hear? Yeah. And my third point was you had brought up something to do with some changing and permitting in the ag zone, and I like the idea, but I guess as I understand it, you're thinking about having every building in the city that might be deemed ag to get the discount or get the deal. And I really think you should look at just the ag zone and not the complete city, because I think it opens up that loophole that who knows what could happen. So I think you should restrict it to the ag zone only, and then you can freely offer the discount and know that it's an agricultural building rather than a building downtown that might be used to house a tractor. So that's now an ag building and it's qualified. So just my thought. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good seeing you.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak during this very first open session? None being, we'll be moving on. I now declare open session closed. We're going to move on to unfinished business, which there is none of. Now, we'll be moving on to new business. First, we have an order authorizing the sale of the tax-acquired property on Gammon Avenue. This is PID number 249093. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Councilor Carrier and a second from Councilor Walker. I'm going to open this up for public comment. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this? None being, I'll be bringing it back to the council. Any debate? None being, I'm going to ask for a vote. Show of hands, all those in favor? Opposed, abstained, none being. The order passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have an order authorizing the sale of the tax-acquired property at 16 Newberry Street, PID 231-035. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion, Councilor Carrier, and a second from Councilor Walker. Open this up to the public. Any comment? None being, bring it back to the council. Council, do we have any comment or debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point of clarification, it's not a total sale of the property, is it? Isn't it just a sliver of the property?
Yes.
Okay.
Partial. Partial. Mhm. I think the record and the minutes will reflect that. Is there anything else? No? I'd like to bring to a vote. All those in favor? Opposed, abstained, none being. Order passes 7-0. Next, we have an order authorizing the sale of the tax-acquired property at 97 Riverside Drive, PID 221-143. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilor Gary, second from Councilor Milks. Getting the new guys involved here a little bit. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there any comment? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, debate? None? I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, abstained, none being. Order passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to
Councilor.
move the following orders for, I'm just going to do the numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 to, into executive session.
I have a motion from Councilor Lasagna taking orders with the corresponding item numbers 5, 6, 7, 8. Which ones? Keep going.
10, 11, 12.
9, 10, 11, 12?
13.
No, not 13, 12.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. Into executive session for For the reason? I'm sorry?
Oh, personnel reason.
For personnel reasons. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Counselor Boss. All those in favor of entering into executive session, please raise your hand. All opposed? All those opposed? Abstain? The motion to go into executive session fails by a vote of 4-3.
Didn't it pass
Okay.
4-3? Can we take?
No, executive,
One, four,
I'm
three,
sorry,
that
for,
needs to be
has to be 5 votes
Thank
for
you.
executive
Thank
session.
you. Yeah.
Okay, next we have several boarding committee appointments. Do I have a motion? Excuse me, do I have a motion for item 4, order number 13-01272020, reappointing Matthew Duvall as a full member of the planning board with a term expiration of 1/1/2023?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Boss and a second from Counselor Carrier. Open this up to the public for comment. Is there any comment? None being, bring it back to the council. Any debate, comment? No. All those in favor by show of hands? Opposed? Abstain?
Yes.
Abstain. Okay, the order passes by a vote of 6-0-1. Next, order 14-01272020, reappointing John Engler as a full member of the planning board with a term of expiration of 1/1/2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Carrier and a second from Counselor Walker. Are there any comment or any members of the public that would like to speak on this nomination? None being, I bring back to the council. Debate? Counselor Walker?
No, no debate.
Just raising your hand. Gotcha. Okay.
Practice it.
All those in favor of the order, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Order passes by a vote of 6-0-1. Next, order 15-01272020, appointing Matthew Leonard as a full member of the planning board with a term of expiration of 1/1/2023. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
A motion for Counselor Walker, and I got a second from Counselor Carrier. Any comment from the audience? Bring it back to the council. Any debate? Conversation? Counselor Lozania?
Mr. Mayor, I'm concerned about this appointment for a couple of different reasons, and I'd like to hear discussion from the council about this. One, I feel that the application was very thin, did not have enough information to make an educated decision about this. I also feel that there were other applications that were more complete and also demonstrated that other applicants had more experience to fill this very important role. I'm concerned that the applicant may not have the time to be able to do this, being involved in other political matters. And I'm also concerned that there may be a point of ethics in terms of the applicant's relationship to a committee member, a council member.
Okay, very good. Is there any other comments? Discussion? None being, I want to bring this to a vote. All those in favor of order 15-01272020, please raise your hand. Opposed? 4. The order fails by a vote of 3-4. Next, we have order number 16-01272020, appointing Laurel Libby as a full member of the planning board with a term of expiration of 1/1/2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Carrier and a second from Counselor Walker. Anybody from the public like to speak? None? Council, debate? Questions? None? Bring to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Order fails, 4-3. Next, order 17-01272020. I'm appointing Andrew Parity as associate member of the planning board with a term of expiration of 1/1/2023.
So moved.
I have a motion for Counselor Boss. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Counselor Carrier. All those in favor, or excuse me, anybody from the audience would like to comment? None? Bring it back to the council. Any debate, conversation? No? I'd like to bring it to a vote. All those in favor? Oppose? Abstain? Passes by order of 6-0-1. Next, appointing Riley Bergeron, associate member of the planning board with a term expiring of 1/1/2023. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Counselor Carrier. Do I have a second? Oh, sorry, Counselor Walker. Second. Anybody from the public like to comment? No? Bring it back to the council. Debate? Comment? None being, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Order passes 601. Next, Order 19-01-272020, appointing Andrew Titus, the esteemed and honorable, to the Auburn Sewer District Board of Trustees with a term expiration of 3/1/2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion Councilor Milks and a second from Councilor Walker. Any comment from the public? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, debate? Comment? None? As for a vote, show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? None being, passes 7-0. Order number 20-01-272020, reappointing Patricia Midori to the LA 911 Committee with a term of expiration of 1/1/2022. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Councilor McLeod and a second from Councilor Walker. Any comment from the public? None being, I'll bring it back to the council for debate. Debate? Comment? None? Show of hands. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Order passes 7-0. Order 21-01-272020, appointing Susan Patno to the Age-Friendly Community Committee with a term of expiration of 6/1/2022.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilor Gary and a second from Councilor Walker. Public comment? None? Bring it back to the council. Any debate? Comment? Ask for a show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Passes 7-0. Next, order number 22-01-272020, authorizing the city manager to sign a memorandum of understanding, MOU, for the State of Maine Bicentennial Parade.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilor Gary and a second from Councilor Boss.
Lasagna.
Lasagna.
Yes, lasagna. Second by Councilor Boss. Just a little point of clarity before we go into comment. It's in your memorandums, and also for the public to know, the cost for this not to exceed $5,000, okay? I just want to make sure everybody knows. Anybody from the public like to comment on this memorandum of understanding? No? Any conversation in the council? Everybody fully understanding this is pretty much an in-kind staff contribution not to exceed, okay? So, very good. As for a vote, all those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Passes 7-0. Now, on to reports. So, this is a part, and Councilor Zani brought it up too, I think we're getting into a flow which is really important here. Communications up front, reports on committees and subcommittees afterwards. To this point, I have no committee or subcommittee report that I have attended. I hence have no reports. I'll turn it over. We're going to start on this side too. Councilor Gary, any committee reports?
No, but I would like to make a semi-statement. The reason for why I didn't vote for some of the committee appointments.
Councilor Gary, please, I mean, if we could, I'm sorry, but this is for reports.
Well, this is a report on my conscience and why I voted the way I did. As a ward counselor, I should be
It might be
able
an
to.
alibi. Okay.
The reason I voted for this is, we usually, if somebody makes the motion or request to go into executive session, we usually honor that request so that any discussions about the candidates chosen for whichever position could be discussed in private and not character assassination to the audience. So that is why I didn't vote for the planning board members. Also, the way the planning board was supposed to be set up is supposed to be ward representation. The way they've got it set up now, it's Ward 4 and Ward 5 is not represented. And there was at least one Ward 5 candidate should have been given the opportunity to have served on this committee. Thank you.
Yep. Councilor Lasagna.
Yes. Thank you. This feels more familiar to me. So on January 23rd, the recycling committee met in the morning for actually two meetings. One was to meet with the Bates students to talk about two projects they'll be working on. And then we met with Julie Rosenbach, who is the Director of Sustainability in South Portland, for her to outline what they've done in South Portland. They've done some really great things, and it was very helpful for us in our thinking. And then, just to let people know, on January 28th, the new Edward Little High School Building Committee will meet. At 5:30 will be the subcommittee meetings. At 6:30 will be the actual meeting. I've asked that there be a report at 6:30 about how the subcommittees are doing. I think it's time for me to sort of assess the subcommittees that I'm a member of, and perhaps Councilor McLeod, so that he can get a sense of the subcommittees that exist.
Is there a library inventory of past minutes, for example, of the subcommittees or the committee meetings?
Not that I know of.
Some minutes taken or some?
Not that I know of. So that's why I want to get an update.
Cool.
And then finally, I'm going to ask that there be a workshop to discuss the Ag Committee on February 3rd, and I'll get together with another counselor to be able to do that, just because I think it's time to move forward with that, and people are interested. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor McLeod.
LATC, the time has moved in the new building into the Lewiston City Hall.
Sounds awfully
And
familiar.
grateful.
Very
Yeah,
good.
I have the same report as I gave earlier. We're good.
Very good. It was a really good report, by the way.
Thanks.
Councilor Milks.
The Water Board met last week, and we've asked Mr. Hazelton to come back with some evaluations on cost with the, given that they've asked for water rate increases. So we've, as a board, asked them to do some evaluations versus some of the 50-50 versus 60-40 splits that the cities did between Lewiston and Auburn. So we'll be getting some of those reports back from him. So that's what's going on in the Water Department with regards to the rate raise.
If you need any follow-up, I'm sure Councilor Titus would like to, if he hasn't already, give you some legacy history on that, too, to get you up to speed.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilor Carrier.
I gave mine earlier, so I won't repeat it.
Councilor Walker.
Well, maybe it's a mix-up with my brain or something, but anyways,
It's going to take a while for everybody to get used to. That's okay, though.
Rowley's Diner, we have a meeting Tuesday night at 6 o'clock, and our library director will be there to speak for us. Thursday night, 6th Street Congregational Church Neighborhood Watch, we will have the fire chief there to speak to us at that meeting. I also would like to request that the city manager ask the PUC to come here and speak to us so that we all understand where they come up with these numbers that and figures that they come up with the use of water for fire hydrants and what it should cost all us private people that are in business, as well as city, Norway, Savings Bank Arena. That kind of increase that they're asking for is going to kill some of the things that we're trying to do in this city. That is absolutely ridiculous. I said to them at the meeting that time that I was sitting across the hall in the other room, that 10% was the most that they should be going up, and that was actually too much. It shouldn't be over 7. But in any case, they choose that, they all sat there as a board and they made their decision, and PUC runs their life for them, so they tell us all kinds of things that most of us can't understand. So if the PUC would come here in front of us and tell us how they determine how much water is going to put out a house fire and cost us this amount of money for fire hydrants in the city, maybe we shouldn't have as many fire hydrants as we've got number 1, but I'd like that to be possible so all us councilors can understand how they...
There's more data, too. For example, there's other municipalities that have executed a fire prevention study to actually ascertain what the true cost of fire prevention is. So that will trump certain PUC or state legislative mandates. So I think the city manager and I have talked about this a little bit, and in the hope of getting you all the information we all need, and especially the city council reps, and so we can answer to the residents that are going to be footing this, or the ratepayers, and frankly, I should say the residents, because all residents of Auburn foot the bill for fire protection, and an increase in excess of $150,000 on top of what we currently spend is extreme. So,
Correct.
Yes.
My
I agree.
last thing is the Age-Friendly Committee is doing the Valentine's Day lunch at the Senior Community Center at Pettingill Park, which will be February 14th. That's on a Friday, instead of doing a meeting on the 13th, which is normally what the Age Friendly does. They do a noontime thing and everybody can come in. So anyways, Valentine's Day on the 14th, we are doing a dinner or lunch, as I call it, I guess. No cost, come on down. If you're 40 years old, believe me, I'm not going to send you home without anything to eat. Come down, enjoy it. It's for adults, it's for seniors, it's for all of us. So come on down, join us. 10:30 we open, and we'll leave by 2. Thank you.
For the record, Councilor Boss, Councilor McLeod, and myself are all under 40, so.
Don't make the cut.
Yeah. 40, way over 40, but I'd like to say that. Thank you, Councilor Walker. I might bring my wife. Councilor Boss?
None at this time, thank you.
Very good, okay. We're going to be moving on to the city manager now. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, just for the public, councilors are already, and the mayor, aware of this. The FY21 budget process continues. We have been meeting with department directors and their staff, reviewing their budget requests. The mayor and I have a legislative policy committee meeting this week, this Thursday, at the Maine Municipal Association. We'll report back on that. A couple of other things. We have been working within the city manager's office on trying to develop an internship program with students from the high school. The Work for Maine program that was talked about earlier, I think, is doing some great work. What we're talking about is trying to add more value to the work that's being done by seeing if we can establish a formal program with students from the high school. The superintendent's supportive of it. Jim Horn has been very involved. He's really been the inspiration of this. I know the city has done something like this in the past. We're working to try and develop this so that not only could the students spend time in each of the departments within the city and learn more about local government and see the advantages of maybe going to work at Public Works someday or being a firefighter or whatever the case may be. We're also working with the chamber as well to have interns be able to work with businesses. Shanna Cox, the CEO for the Lewiston Auburn Metro Chamber, is very supportive of this and is working with us collaboratively on it. So we're encouraged about it. We hope you will be. It's a good way of keeping young people in the community. When you talk about workforce development, I think this is a really very exciting potentially. Also, along those lines, the Assistant City Manager and I have talked about having a couple of students who could come to the City Council meetings and help provide their views and input on issues that we're dealing with as we look to the future of the community. We'd like to do a workshop with you on that in the future and talk to you about that. And lastly, the superintendent of schools and I have talked recently about what we're each doing on solar power. I know that's been discussed at recent school committee meetings. We actually are working with the same attorney on solar power. She has suggested a joint council school committee meeting on February 5th at 6 p.m. They have a school committee meeting following that at 7 p.m. next week. I think it's a very good idea. I've talked to the mayor about it earlier. As you know, we have been working on solar power and looking at what we can be doing as a city, and we've been working collaboratively with the school department on that, talking with them about our process. The attorney will be there to talk with us about her experience and add some, I think, valuable insight to all of us on solar power. It would be an opportunity for you to be able to ask questions as well as the school committee.
I'm sorry to interrupt on that same note, though, and I forgot to follow up on my remarks, too. We do want to host a joint meeting with the school committee. I apologize, I should have mentioned this earlier. On February 5th, they've reached out to us and asked, which is Wednesday. We would do it from 6 to 7 o'clock before their regularly scheduled meeting with the sole purpose of discussing a long-term energy contract for both municipality and school in order to save money. Solar is a big component, and there's a little bit of definitions that we need to all keep straight, because I'm getting a little confused because we have about 3 different alternate energy ordinances or policies on our plate right now, okay? This is and correct me if I'm wrong here, this is going out to bid, looking at different ways to lock in our long-term electricity usage cost for a period of 20 years. And there's multiple vendors that can do that, sourcing this power from a combination of sources, solar being a predominant one. Not to be confused with renting land for community solar projects. That would feed the grid, which would just generate us land use fees. And not to be confused with allowing solar panels for the same purpose on someone else's agricultural land. That's another policy initiative. So 3 of them, keep them balanced. So did I get that right? Any correction on that one?
Just a little clarification.
Very good.
I think the city has narrowed down who we would like to work with, a company called Revision. And the school department has been working with CES. The attorney's had experience with both companies, so she's going to talk with us and walk us through some of the issues that we're looking at, and is going to advise us on what she thinks makes the most sense. She has a lot of experience and knowledge of both companies and solar power in general, so I think the discussion will be very beneficial.
So will there be a decision made about which company we go with?
Yes, there's going to be, and that's the
Wednesday?
reason for having the discussion, so the school committee members, city councilors, all of you can have an opportunity to be able to be more informed and ask questions. 6 o'clock, February 5th.
So I wanted to just get some, nodding before I call the special meeting for February 5th at 6. Any schedule complaints? Will I have a quorum there?
Yes.
Yes. We'll have a quorum? Good to go? Okay, well, I'll have a quorum then at least. Okay, so I will be calling, sending out official notification tomorrow by email, calling a special meeting with the school department for Wednesday, the 5th of February. Okay? Very good. We're going to move on to finance report. Hurry, drink. You want me to give it for you, Ms. Eastman?
Go ahead. You have your December finance report. We're halfway through the fiscal year, and there's a couple things I want to point out. The property tax number is 2.6 million less than last year, which was a red flag to me. So I did some investigation and realized we have not received our Betty reimbursement from the state of Maine, which is a business equipment tax reimbursement. So Karen made a phone call for me, Karen Scammon, the assessor, and she called the property tax division. They have processed our application, and it's been passed on to their department that cuts checks, but we still have not gotten it. So if I don't have it by the end of this week, I'm going to call again. That's what she said. We should call again and check on it. But that's close to that whole amount that we're less than. So other than that, really, excise tax is still coming in higher than normal. We're 102,000 over what we were last year. And we're at 55%, which is 5% above my projections. And then state revenue sharing, we're at 58%. So those are our 3 main revenues, the 2 non-property tax revenues, and they're the largest revenues that we have. On the expenditure side, we're pretty much equal to where we were last year at this time. So I didn't see any red flags there. And I also gave you the reports on Ingersoll and the Norway. They're both in the black at this point. And then you got the information on the EMS.
Ms. Eastman, is this the first time that Norway Savings Bank is in the black at this time of year?
Yeah, because we removed the debt service from
Right.
there, then they are able to be in the black.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Did you have a question?
Just an additional comment. Even with the debt service, though, the numbers are better than they have been recently, in recent history, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the first 3 months of the year before we actually purchased the arena, that was charged in there, the rent, so.
Yeah, Ms. Eastman, I have a question. When we refinanced the Norway Savings Bank Arena, I believe, fall of 2019, we had a period of time where payments were not made, and there was going to be some excess of revenue. We discussed this back during the debate on, and councilors might remember this, the debate on whether to refinance or not. Could you give us do you have those numbers handy? Where has that savings?
You see that right in Norway, that's part of that.
So the amount of money that normally would have gone to the previous owner of the Savings Bank Arena, that money is now being put back into the budget as an operating revenue?
It's
line item?
no, it's not an expense, so they're showing they're in the black because of that. The rent was $42,000 a month.
Right.
So they're not paying that anymore. And the general fund is only making an interest payment in March of this fiscal year. The principal payments won't start till next fiscal year.
Okay, so that's a question, and maybe this is, so based from, when did this start? The savings that are now being applied to their?
We paid the first 3 months. We paid July, August, September. We purchased in October.
So October, November, and December, and then January, February, you said March or May?
March, we make an interest payment, which is budgeted in the general fund.
General fund. So there's going to be 5 months partial of non-payments historic, and just like when you're refinancing a house, usually you have a grace period before your payments start. So the council never decided where this money would go or how it would be expended or how it would be categorized. I don't want to give a false positive potential looking at the finances now with that $42,000 as non-payment. Granted, it makes sense, but.
The arena has owed the general fund money every year since it started. Because we weren't funding the debt service through the general fund. So that money, any profit that they make is going to go to pay that back to the general fund, which at the end of last year was $1.4 million that they owed the general fund. Currently, if you look at that report for Norway, it shows that deficit is now 1.2 million now.
So without talking about the deficit, how it's getting paid, I do think one of the questions I had was looking at this now and up until March, and we're going to see it operating, what Councilor Lozani was talking about, in the black, very positive. But once those debt service, those payments are made again, back to the new lender, next year, when we're looking at this, it's almost an unfair comparison. Because what we're seeing is it in the black because of that temporary time where we don't have to make payments.
They're not going to be budgeted in Norway. They're going to be budgeted under the general fund.
Okay, I get you. So now it's going to be reflected in the general fund, so it's always going to, not always, but it should show relatively the same year after year, but with the profit going to apply towards those bond payments in the general fund that are being paid from the general fund.
If that's what you choose to do.
If that's what if we think, let's do a follow-up, I think, and I just want to make sure that this is out, because the important thing that we need to be doing also is following up to the decisions made, to make sure they're good decisions, and to make sure the funds are accounted properly in our minds, if that, not any disrespect or insulting, but I think it's important for us who look at this not as often or carefully as you to understand so we can answer constituent requests. Make sense, Council, on that? Yes. Maybe a one-pager, and let's look at that and see where it's all going. So that was my question. Any other questions from the Council? No? Okay, very good. What are we going to do action?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor?
Going back to before we had the election for all the new councilors up here, we were asked to see somehow a separate line on the side that always let the people know that there's a deficit somehow on this.
Or debt.
Or a debt, yes.
Mr. Manager, can we just look at that? I know what Councilor Walker is kind of talking about, but I want to make sure we get it. So if we could look back in the minutes, it'd be great. At this point, I'm going to entertain a motion to accept and place on file the December 2019 monthly finance report.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilor Gary and a second from Councilor Walker. Show of hands, all those in favor?
Councilor Lasagna. I don't know what more I could wave.
That might work. Let's try that. See if my peripherals are working.
You gotta
From
be
Councilor
loud.
Walker and Councilor Zani, you got to, from the diaphragm. All those in favor of accepting the minutes or the finance report? Opposed? Abstain? Accepted by a vote of 7-0. Now I'll open this up to the last open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to the city business, which is not on tonight's agenda. I would ask that you say your name and address, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Podium might be the only mic that's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is it working?
We implemented new rules just at the podium to make it easier for everyone. Everybody looks like that. And
Yeah, I know.
I think compared to previous speakers, you're good.
My name is Matthew Leonard. I live at 169 Davis Avenue in Auburn, and I believe the rules for the agenda is not to speak to something that was voted on tonight. Is that correct? Speak directly to?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate the rules that we have established right now. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business, which is not on this agenda. We ask you to say your name and address. Because the reason for that is during the agenda items, there's a time for the public to speak about that before the vote, to influence a vote. But if a vote has already happened, I believe the rules state that you can't comment on something that happened past. You just can't influence a future vote outside of that agenda item.
Right. So correct me if I step out of line. You can feel free to gavel me. I'll keep my comments generally.
Sue?
But I would like to talk about process, and that members of the council in this community have asked people to volunteer to serve on boards, and in doing so, many of them voiced an inability to serve on those boards due to time. So our best and brightest and our most successful people do not participate in government, and tonight is an example of a failure in process. So my recommendation to city staff would be that if the council is going to vote on somebody to serve on a board, that there be provided an opportunity to defend accusations in public. Of course, I'm keeping my comments general here. So not specifically to myself, but there are a lot of good citizens tonight that took time out of their time of the day because city staff have been emailing them over the course of the last weeks to get them spun up on city issues in preparation for a vote. So it's absolutely despicable that our city has fallen to a point where partisanship is at play. So Andrew left early tonight, but I'm sure there'll be comments tomorrow, and we'll talk about the partisanship that's sitting at that council up there and why the real votes took place. Secondly, I'll say I'm glad that we didn't go to executive session because I think it's cowardice to hide behind a wall and not confront people in public. So I'm glad that took place tonight because there's going to be several members of the community that I'm sure will be weighing in shortly. So with about 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, I also want to talk about another issue that we heard a lot about tonight that I think really fits with the overall culture of our city government. We talked about tax-acquired property tonight. We're talking about it in a very sterile fashion. But in reality, it's sitting at Rolly's Diner and talking to a couple who get letters from the city placing a tax lien on their property that they scrimp and save in order to pay for property tax. And at the end of the year, they get a bill for $300 with a notification that their properties now has a tax lien placed on it. But tonight, our elected representatives talked about it in a very sterile fashion, that we pay a fancy lawyer $80,000 a year to help the city go after people and take their house. Take the house they live in, they've worked for, they paid a mortgage for, and we celebrate selling that property, and we celebrate being able to grab $300,000 of money out of people's pockets, and we celebrate the ability to fill city coffers with $200,000 of monies that we got for selling other people's houses that they can't live in, that they can't pass down to other generations. And I think what you're seeing is an elitism, partisanship, and a nastiness that is leaked into municipal politics, and it's a shame. So I'll leave it at that. There are some other people here tonight that are much better than myself that I feel fell victim, and it's unfortunate. And I hope members of the community watch this video and we have further conversations, because what happened is not going to encourage people to serve their community. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak during this open session? Any topic not on tonight's agenda or in the future agenda? No? Okay, I'm going to close tonight's open session. Sir.
I want to go speak at the other thing.
Podium. Yeah. You're allowed, Counselor.
Thank you.
Give him 2 minutes.
Leroy Walker, 41 Broad Street, Auburn. I'd also like to, I guess, say a couple words to what Leonard just said there a minute ago. I can remember back a few months ago, I asked Matt if he would put his name in on something. I didn't care if it was a planning board or a recreation advisory board or whatever, because we were out there fishing for people. We were doing everything in our power to get people to come here, put their name down, and fill out the application. Now, I want you to know, especially the public, that application does not say that you need to put any more than what Matt put on his application. Now, if you wanted more, or if we want more, it should have been done before you insult, downgrade people that sit out here. I didn't want to go into behind the closed door, because it's been done too many times in the past, and you wouldn't have known what they were speaking about back there, because they didn't want you to know that. That's why we sat out here. There was at least 3 of us that had enough nerve to say, no, we weren't. And this wasn't the first time this has been asked to go behind closed doors. I want you to know that. And that wasn't done in an executive session, so I can tell you that. This is baloney the way that you councilors handled this tonight. Baloney. Belinda, you didn't do any better job handling it your way either, if you think about it. It was an insult to these 2 people sitting here tonight. And I feel really bad that that's the way you people handled it. You have had people that have been on these boards, on other boards, that want to be on other boards that only put their name, scratch a couple little places on the inside of the paper, and we've allowed them to move on if we felt that that was the best move to make. If it isn't the best move, like a lot of you got your phone calls, 17 you, 7 her, I don't know how many there that she got on that corner, maybe 2. And them come from, I can tell you who if you really want me to, but I'll keep that name private for now. And I'm not tapped into your phone line, but I can tell you at least 3 of them people that you got these calls from. It's an insult to us councilors that sit on this board and say that we approve Matt Leonard to be on this, and I think it's Mrs. Libby, to be on the planning board. They have just as many smarts as anybody else that you may want there that I didn't pick. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak on this issue? No? Or an open session? Very good. I'll now close tonight's open session. Next, we have an executive session regarding legal matter pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a motion from Councilor Carey. I got a second from Councilor Milks. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? None being, we'll now stand in executive session. I will say this is going to be followed by one more executive session, and then we will adjourn. So official public business has ended. We have an executive session regarding personal matter pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Yeah. Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Carrier, a second from Counselor Boss. All those in favor?
Yep.
We're now standing in executive session. Chief, can you make sure Arby's stays open for me? Now declare us out of executive session. At this point, I'd like to motion to adjourn.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Second, I have a motion to adjourn from Counselor Boss, second from Counselor Milks. All those in favor by a voice vote, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are now adjourned.